And Michael, you may begin.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of the FedCASIC conference of 2023. I'm very happy to be back at FedCASIC. I think this is about my 5th time to be at a FedCASIC. I actually used to be the chair of the FedCASIC conference back in the last decade, and have a great set of speakers here for our panel discussion called Technology Transformation at the Census Bureau, Building a Data-Centric Ecosystem. My name is Michael Thiem. I'm here with Mike Radcliffe, who represents our Frames program, Mike Zabelski, who represents our DICE, or Data Ingest and Collection for the Enterprise systems. I'm here with John Weiland, who is representing our Enterprise Data Lake, and Zach Whitman, who is representing our Census Enterprise Dissemination Services and Consumer Innovation. This is a 4 initiative group of things that we're trying to make into a single ecosystem at the Census Bureau that we think is very exciting and actually very apropos to the FedCASIC conference, because really it's all about the things that survey and data science people are doing at the Census Bureau and at many statistical agencies to essentially move us into the future. I have a little announcement I'm supposed to give at the beginning. At this time, all attendees are in a listen-only mode. The session is being recorded and will be posted publicly. If you have any objections, you may disconnect at this time. So I just wanted to give that announcement first and give you a few seconds. The recording will come out after the FedCASIC conference is over. I want to start, I gave a little bit of introduction, but I want to start with a video that we have about what we call the Census Operations and Data Ecosystem. And then I'll come right back and we will begin our each panelist's sessions.
Our mission here at the U.S. Census Bureau is to serve as the leading provider of quality data about our nation's people, places, and economy. To tackle a shifting culture and rapid changes in technology, we must continuously innovate. One of the key components of transformation and modernization is the business ecosystem. This new way of collecting, processing, and disseminating data consists of 4 key initiatives. First is Data Ingest and Collection for the Enterprise, or DICE. DICE is the key entry point for data into the Census Bureau. Data can come from administrative records, censuses and surveys, public records, and third-party data. DICE will refresh technology with updated flexible capabilities and much-needed functionality. From DICE, the data will be processed in the Enterprise Data Processing, Computing, and Management, or Enterprise Data Lake, EDL. This is the central hub of our modernization efforts. It's built in the cloud, which allows us to scale up or down and use more modern processing tools. EDL also allows for a better flow between ongoing research and current operations. Within EDL is the Frames program. Frames envisions a growing variety of linked data sets within EDL. This will provide a better way of maintaining and updating the inventory of our nation's addresses, jobs, businesses, people, and other linked data. This linkability will expand our ability to answer critical questions about the population and economy at multiple geographic levels. And finally, Census Enterprise Dissemination Services and Consumer Innovation, or CIDA. As our primary platform for data dissemination, CIDA is how we get our information to the public on data.census.gov. As new data products are produced in EDL, CIDA's standardized platform will allow the Census Bureau to provide those products quickly and give users a better experience. At the Census Bureau, we must anticipate and prepare for a world driven by and dependent on accurate, timely, and relevant data. By integrating these 4 pillars into a unified enterprise approach, we can continue serving data users with both traditional survey and census products and new, innovative products well into the future.
So that gives you a sense of what this panel discussion is about. We're going to do a deep dive from each of the people who are intimately acquainted with exactly what each of those pillars of the code ecosystem are. But I just want to do a quick introduction. This is actually from the plan we've written for the transformation at the Census Bureau. It's a section in the beginning of our sort of one of our guiding documents. Change is here. Today's panel is about the early steps in a new era for the Census Bureau. We'll discuss how we're modernizing data collection, storage, and processing capabilities, and how the linking of survey, census, and third-party data will improve innovation and quality product creation for our stakeholders and the public. With this new work, the Census Bureau's focus as an agency will no longer be simply to field surveys and censuses and publish the results, but rather to shift to combining data science with traditional survey methods, diversifying our data products and placing data at the center of our approach. A lot of FedCASIC is about this idea of this combination of traditional survey methods and data science. And this is sort of our concrete response and set of things that we're working on at the Census Bureau to make that happen. I have another interesting quote. This came out of a recent Bloomberg News article, and it quotes one of our assistant directors. At the Census Bureau, the survey process is being modernized with an eye toward easing the burden on respondents. A key question guiding that effort, says Eloise Parker, assistant director for demographic programs, is what are other ways that we can be producing statistics that aren't so wholly dependent on the household being gracious, cooperative, and willing to basically give up their privacy on our behalf? The answer in part is third-party data. There are links in this slide when the slides come out to some of our documents and to some other documents about our modernization and about third-party data. But this is a key message and a key reason, a key driver for why the Census Bureau is going the way we're going. Just a real quick overview. I want to hit on these again, but you saw them in the video. The sort of beauty of these four pillars of this is that they essentially embody the things that we want to do and embody a direction that the Census Bureau wants to go. So we will still always need to get data, whether it's with a survey or whether it's through third party or buying data or administrative records or federal records of other kinds. We want to have a way to continue doing that and a way to do it in a modern way with efficient tools. So the get data part of our four corners is the DICE program, Data Ingest and Collection for the Enterprise, provides a suite of standard, efficient, modern, cost-effective, and scalable data collection and data ingest solutions that can support the full spectrum of Census Bureau operations, from the smallest survey to the decennial census. This is important, that everything at the Census Bureau will now do a data collection or ingest part of the process through DICE. Store and compute data, that's our enterprise data lake. This is sort of the central data hub of everything we're talking about today, and it provides a cloud-centric data storage and computing platform for survey operations, concurrent research and analytics, data processing, product creation, product innovation, and archiving. Curate data, this is our FRAMES program. This provides foundational data sets related to geospatial, locations, businesses, jobs, and people that are linkable in nature, agile in structure, and accessible for production or research on a need-to-know basis. This is sort of our central storehouse and research hub and production hub for curated data about the people in the economy of the United States. The fact that all of these things will be linkable and usable across the Bureau is a key piece of our data-centric vision. And then finally, disseminate data, our Census Enterprise data dissemination services and consumer innovation. Disseminate our publicly available data products in a way that simplifies the means of data and metadata discovery and broadens the availability, utility, and ease of consumption for our data users. This is just a picture from the video for your reference. It really essentially shows how this ecosystem works and how data flows through it. And finally, before going to the next group, I wanted to talk about sort of the traditional approach that the Census Bureau has is to focus on the decennial census, whether it's the 2020 or the 2031 in this case. But what we're trying to get across here is that the Census Bureau as an enterprise will be focusing first on our economic and demographic areas in the early part of the decade, and then gradually moving toward the 2030 census, always keeping the 2030 census in mind as a key and flagship piece of what the Census Bureau does, but keeping also in mind the fact that as an enterprise set of tools that the census operations and data ecosystem will provide, we need to work for everybody. So this is just a graphic that essentially shows that gradual shift. As we get into the later years of the decade, you can see that we are concentrating much more on the decennial census. But for now, 2023, 2024, we're working very hard to essentially, for the rest of the decade, as we call it at the Census Bureau. The other things that we do in the rest of the decade. Now I'm going to turn it over to Mike Radcliffe, who's going to talk about our frames program. And so I'll stop sharing.
Thanks, Michael. It's a pleasure to be here. Since Michael mentioned how many FedCASICs he's been to, this is my second, and I'm looking forward to many more in the future. I'm going to talk to you about the Frames program. Some of what I have to say we've already seen in the video and in Michael's introduction, but I'll hit some highlights and really try to tie in with how the Frames program is going to help support the survey and data collection, data production. And I will say, and I'll apologize, I have to leave soon after I finish my presentation and catch a flight to the Population Association of America conference. There's a group of us from the Frames program that are going there, hosting a couple of sessions on linked data. So again, I apologize. I won't be sticking around for the remainder of the session, but I will be happy to follow up later with any questions or more information, any questions you have or more information that you might be interested in. So we're going to talk about what the Frames program is, what the current and future, what are the current and future states of the enterprise frames. We'll mention those again. Michael mentioned them, but I'll touch on them again with a little bit more detail about each of these 4 foundational data sets. Then we'll spend some time on the benefits of the Frames program. And I think that's really what's going to be of most interest here in the context of this session and the conference. And then we'll finish up with where we're headed with the program. So we've seen this. I won't go through it again, but I do want to concentrate and bring your attention to some of the arrows in the center box. So the frames, the foundational frames, again, the geospatial frame, the job frame, the business frame, the demographic frame, will exist in the enterprise data lake. The demographic frame is there already. The team responsible for building the demographic frame is carrying out their work. They loaded the demographic frame into the enterprise data lake this year, or over the past over the last quarter of 2022, and they're beginning to do their processing in the enterprise data lake. So realizing that vision of the centralized processing and computing system or management location. The other frames will be moving in a staged approach to start facilitating our internal users working in the lake and working with and being able to link data. But I want to bring your attention to some of these arrows. You can see the double-headed arrow between enterprise frames and other data sets there within the enterprise data lake. What we envision there and what's behind that is the idea that the frames, the foundational data in each of the frames, can be used by others within the Bureau to produce sampling frames, to conduct research around quality improvement of data, of survey data, and then to produce products or data extracts. And there's a flow outward. So if you can imagine each of the frames serving individually as a sampling frame, the surveys drawing information from the frame or from a combination of frames. We'll talk some more about this later on. And then flowing that information out into the data collection process, bringing data back in through DICE and updating the frames with that information. And then of course, moving on to produce products. So that's the vision in a nutshell. The frames aren't a stopping point. They're not a starting point. They're part of a holistic, continuous process of data collection, data analysis, product production, and so on. And then the other thing to focus on over on the right of this, you'll see data user feedback, identify new data, new sources, new products. And we really see that as a critical piece to managing the frames, the enterprise frames over time. We need to know what our data users, what analysts are looking for in our data, what kinds of questions they're trying to answer, what kinds of information they need. And so there's going to be a constant feedback loop of update and maintenance of the foundational data sets, understanding what the needs are externally for decision makers, data analysts, the general public, and then using that information to identify additional information or changes to the frames that we need to curate and maintain over time. So Michael already mentioned this, our vision. I'm not going to read it again, but I will say that when we talk about each of the frames being linkable in nature, what we're what we're referring to at heart is each of these frames will carry the necessary unique identifiers. So for instance, a person record, person level information in the demographic frame will have a unique, each person record will have a unique identifier. That unique identifier for the person can be used to link to a person record in the job frame. Job frame is a list of all jobs, linking employers and their workers. So the job frame will have linking keys that link it to the business frame, the business register, and other business databases. All of these data, all of the information we collect and manage exists in some location. So each of the frames will have some geospatial, geolocational information on them. Could be an address, a master address file identifier, a latitude longitude point, whatever is necessary and useful for identifying where each person is located, where each job is located, where each business is located, and then being able to aggregate that information, that point level information, up to the variety of other geographic areas that we maintain and produce data for. So when we talk about a frame, what do we mean? What is a frame? When we talk about frames in the frames program, we're referring to the collection of data sets that are organized around one of four foundational units. And again, these are people, businesses, geolocations, and jobs. The frame is supported by a collection of standard methods, code, processes, documentation, and subject matter expertise. So again, we're talking about foundational data sets necessary to the core mission of the Census Bureau, curated, maintained through a variety of standard processes and methods. And then they can be used to produce sampling frames. And we recognize that when most people in the survey world, in the statistical agency world hear frame, we immediately first think of sampling frames. And what we're referring to when we talk about frame, how this fits in with the frames program is we see a sampling frame as referring to a subset of the larger foundational data set. All right, let me just run very quickly through the four frames that we're talking about. We'll start with the geospatial frame. If you're familiar with the Census Bureau's geospatial data, what we're referring to here is the master address file and the Tiger database, currently holding about 200 million plus addresses, linked duplicates and so forth, with a priority on residential addresses. We're focusing on this decade within the frames program and the geospatial frame team and our colleagues in other parts of geography division. We're focusing on building out the master address file to be a comprehensive set of residential, business, and mixed use addresses. One of the changes we'll make to the attribution on an address is to identify those addresses that are serving both as residential locations and business locations. So if you think of, say, an accountant running their accountancy business out of their house, or a doctor or a dentist or some other professional who works out of their house, their office is in their house, that's what we want to recognize and carry both of those, recognize that that address serves two purposes, because it will be necessary for the demographic side of the house, the surveys and censuses, to know that a person lives at that location. The business register and the economic censuses need to know that there's a business being run at that location. And so the master address file will be updated, enhanced, to be able to tell us what's going on, the variety of activities that are occurring at a particular location. The business frame is the business register and a variety of other linked business databases, the longitudinal business database, which is really, you can think of that as the business register over time. The government's master address file, which provides information that underpins and supports the census of governments. There are a variety of local governments around local and state governments around the country that operate business establishments. Think of state-run or county-run liquor stores, but there's a variety of other types of businesses that are managed and maintained and run by local governments. The government's master address file carries that information and ties in and links to the business register. And then there's a number of other business databases that we will link together to form the business frame and give us a comprehensive linked picture of the economic activity going on in the United States. The job frame is an inventory of 14+ billion job records, and this underpins the Longitudinal Employer Household Dynamics program, the LEHD program. If you've used those data, if you're familiar with On the Map, it's the LEHD data and the job frame data are behind that application. A job record is a relationship between a person and a firm in which at least $1 of wages were paid during in a given quarter. The future state that we're heading towards is two linked databases of jobs, a quarterly job frame that's derived from quarterly unemployment insurance wage records that are supplied by the states, and then an annual job frame that's derived from W-2 tax records. We plan to add in self-employment jobs and then a variety of other information to fill out the picture of who's working in the United States. And then the last frame to mention, and this is the newest frame. The other three frames already exist, and so what we're talking about in the frames program and engaged in the frames program is enhancements to those frames, working with colleagues who maintain and manage those data. The demographic frame is the new frame, and that is will consist. We've built a prototype, and are continuing to build out and move towards a production state for the demographic frame. And the frame is a comprehensive compendium of person-level records consisting of the demographic, social, and economic characteristics of individuals. It's been built primarily from administrative records at this point, but we will be incorporating decennial census, survey, and third-party data sources to get to as close to to create a frame that contains as close to the entire population of the United States as we possibly can. All right, so what's the benefits? Why are we doing this? The benefits and use cases. Well, the demographic frame and perhaps the geospatial frame can be used to, well, the demographic frame especially can be used to enumerate non-responding housing units. So if and we're looking at this primarily from the 2030 census perspective, but this could also apply to surveys. We know that response rates are declining, and so we can turn to the demographic frame to provide the information for non-responding households rather than repeatedly going out to the doorstep to try to get a response. We're looking at possibilities of replacing questions on surveys to reduce burden. For example, we're working with the American Community Survey staff to use parcel data and other geospatial data to augment or replace questions around the acreage of a property or the year that a house was built. And there's a variety of other potential ways that we can reduce burden on respondents by taking questions off surveys and using the data that are in the foundational frames. We can use data in the frames in one frame to update information in the other. We've been working on researching the use of the business register to identify and update information in the master address file and the geospatial frame about businesses that provide residential services, nursing homes, assisted living facilities. If you think about it, these are places where people live, So they're of interest to the demographic side of the house, but they're also businesses and they're also employers. So a nursing home is going to show up in the master address file or potentially show up in the geospatial frame, the business frame, and the job frame. So we can use these different frames and their varying update cycles to inform the other frames and then move information from one frame to another for update. Facilitating and then enriching the variety of work that we do. We see the linkage of these foundational data sets as a way to enrich the kinds of analyses that we're able to do about the population and the economy. Answer questions about the impact on a community when a large business moves in, how many people are hired from within the community, where do people commute from, how many new businesses get created as a result, where's money spent, and so forth. So a whole host of possibilities of questions that we've never been able to answer before or have been very difficult to answer will be facilitated by linking information to linking information from the various frames. And that also goes to the enriching what we're able to do, the kinds of analyses that we're able to quickly conduct and then send and then disseminate to our customers and to the public. And with that, I'll end here. We've got a new email address if you want more information about the Frames program. I manage the Frames program management office. Our email address is there, and please feel free to reach out to us for more information. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Mike. Now we'll move on to EDL with John Weiland as our presenter. And have a good trip, Mike.
Thanks.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, can, or I can. Yes.
Cool. All right. Good luck into the airport, Mike. Cool. Thank you, Michael. Hello, FedCASIC. My name is John Weiland. It's my first time presenting. I'm going to be talking about EDL today. I hope you brought your bathing suits because we are going to be diving right into the data lake. So what are we going to talk about as we swim through the lake today? First of all, our mission and vision statements, our functional architecture, why we chose to go cloud native when constructing the lake. We'll talk about our lakefront user interface, our enterprise data catalog, which we're very proud of, multi-tenancy, and finally, we'll talk about our security and governance. So I'm not going to talk much about this slide, that video we saw earlier. First time I ever saw that video, great video. I cannot add any more context than in the video, but just for knowledge, like during my part of the presentation, we'll be talking about the big blob in the middle, which is the lake. So next up, what is our mission? Michael actually talked about our mission earlier, so I'm not going to sort of read this out to you. It's a very nice mission. I like it. And it definitely made me a true believer in the use and the need of the Oxford comma. So next up, what is our vision? So our vision has four main pillars, right? First of all, common storage. We want scalable, secure, and durable common storage, and we want to co-locate data. And any of you that work in data organizations, you know there's a lot of sort of like stovepipes and the different areas for data. We have many of those at the Bureau. We're trying to break them all down, put it all in one place. Once we get all this data in one place, that's when we can do all the fun stuff. We start adding all these analytics. So once the data is in one place, we can use all different analytic tools we have. Since it's in the cloud, we can take use of a lot of cloud-centric tools. Eventually, you know, we're doing machine learning and AI and all that kind of fun stuff. So using different AWS services. Also, integration. On the previous slide and the video, we talked about how we're integrating frames, dice, and SETSci. Once we have all the data in one place, we have all of our DevSec tools in one place. We'll be able to track data lineage, which would be great. And then finally, the fourth sort of part of the vision is data processing services. This is where we're going to build all of our future data processing needs. It'll be dynamic and scalable. And this is also where our enterprise data catalog is going to sit, so we can kind of track all the data. And then we can do all of our data governance in one location. So what exactly are the capabilities that we're building in the data lake? Well, hopefully you brought your snorkel gear because we're doing a bit of a deep dive on this. So if you see at the top here, the different parts of Census, data lifecycle, pre-acquisition, data acquisition, processing, and data dissemination. EDL is involved in all of those, but obviously the data processing research is our bread and butter. So firstly, data capture. We're going to be able to capture data in many different ways: ad hoc, batch, microprocessing, real-time streaming. Next up, data curation and storage. We are creating rules engines that will help users do data quality, validation, and standardization. Obviously, data processing, very big part of the data lake. And then we'll have a lake in there for the curation, transformation, and archiving. For all the data products, both internal and external, that are being created, we have a data warehouse where they can be stored. For research and analytics, we'll have statistical analysis tools, machine learning, and AI services. For data consumption, for internal to the Bureau, we have reports, visualizations, APIs, and dataset search. For the data management layer, we have metadata management. This is where we're going to apply our enterprise data standards. We have our enterprise data catalog and search, data linkage and tracking, data governance, data security. And then for our operations layer, we have the monitoring, security, environment management, and workload management. So I hope you enjoyed diving the depths of the lake. Next up, I'm going to talk about hey, why did we pick, cloud native? Now to talk about this, first we need to sort of do a little history lesson. For the 2020 census, we basically did infrastructure as a service. This means, we had to pay for the AWS infrastructure, but we also had to pay for licenses for software. And then we had to have people sit there 24/7 to sort of install and run and monitor that software. We are never going to do that again. Basically, after the 2020 census, we're like, hey, when we look at the Bureau, what did we learn? What can we do moving forward, right? So basically, we determined, well, self-hosted tools remain the best suited for niche cases. Cloud services have continued to expand and mature the capabilities. As the user base expands from Decennial to the entire enterprise, a large variety of tools are needed. And the EDL needs to be flexible to be able to add new services over time as technology improves and the Bureau's use cases grow. This is kind of what led us to go away from niche products to go towards AWS Web Services. And if you've never used AWS Web Services before, they're really great. We kind of view them as like Legos. These are really small programs, and you can kind of put them together and build really great things. So what are the exact benefits we saw from these services? First of all, simplified infrastructure, right? We no longer had to be in the business of keeping this stuff up 24/7. Amazon does that for us. We saved a ton of money on licensing fees, and we also reduced the amount of hardware we needed. Once we didn't have our own sort of hardware software that we're installing, we reduced our hardware base by 40%. So those are real cost savings. Iterative, it's just way faster to get stuff out there with these small services. We have constant deployments. Accelerated user adoption. Now, as many of you probably know, the hardest thing to change in any sort of organization is the people. People have been doing something this way forever, right? But when we sort of demo these web services and hey, look, you can just kind of tweak this tool and then it does this thing. It's actually, they've sold themselves. A lot of people, we've done demos hey, can I get an account? Can I try it out, right? And a lot of people who sort of try it, they really like it because it's just really fast to develop it. Next, store for purpose. We have many, many different types of data with many different kind of use cases. And so some need to be used often, some don't, right? So the data that we only keep around in case someone sues us, we dump it in the cheapest storage in the cloud like Glacier, right? A lot of the data goes in S3. Data that we need to use more often goes into a relational database. And then data that, giant queries that people want response time like that, we put in something like Redshift, right? So we basically take the use case and we can put in different areas and also based on cost. So, and then finally, security and governance. So we basically are using metadata to capture. We use AWS IAM integration with our enterprise LDAP. So this gives us really fine-grained controls on who can see what. So now that we've sort of talked about the data lake and the benefits, how do people actually interact with the data lake? Well, we've built our own self-service front end. We call it the Lakefront. So basically, the Lakefront does a lot of different cool stuff. This is where you can kind of discover data sets in our enterprise data catalog, which I'll be talking about shortly. You can create project requests, tools, and resources, import data, register data sets, manage your cloud resources. So if you see here on the diagram, Lakefront's at the bottom because it's foundational to the lake. I kind of view it being on top, but whatever. I got outvoted by the team. But here's where users come to discover and request resources. This interacts with the cloud infrastructure, which will deploy and manage it. And then finally, data can be shared through the enterprise data catalog. Now, that being said, we just released the first version of our Lakefront this year. So not all this capability is built in there yet, but you are able to sort of discover data sets and sort of upload data. So let's talk more about this EDC that I mentioned here. So the EDC is the most powerful metadata repository in census history. It has a lot of different features, functionality that we have here. So first is search. So the ability to search dataset and intra-dataset metadata directly through an API. Lineage and tracking. Where did the data come from? How is it changing over time? And we'll eventually capture information about the sources that produce this data. Recommendations, basically based on what you searched on, other things. So think of Amazon, like, oh, other people who bought this also bought that. So people who like this data set also like this data set. Customization. So this is the ability to view subsets of data. Like there might be a data set that's longitudinal, but you only care about 1 year. So then you can search, and also you can single down to only search in that 1 year. Profiling and connectivity. So we want to be able to interact with systems even outside the data lake to be able to sort of get that machine readable data, get that metadata in to help people sort of use API calls to find the data. And then governance. Again, we want to ensure we have the most up-to-date governance based on tags. And collaboration. This will allow people to readily browse and provide and share the data set information with others who have a business need to know. So the outcome we're looking for here is the first data catalog at the census to provide intra-data set search with an API layer that will allow others to not only ingest metadata, but expose the metadata to downstream systems. So this is definitely a big seed change for the Bureau. And we couldn't do this if all the data wasn't sort of centrally located in one place. So now you might be wondering, like, so how are we going to keep all this stuff secure? Next slide is how are we going to keep all these people in the data lake together without colliding? So, well, the way we're doing this is multi-tenancy, right? So it's a lot easier to sort of have 5 small EC2s than have 5 people on one big EC2. First of all, for performance, right? You don't want sort of one person running a big job knocking someone else out, right? Second is cost monitoring. It's way easier to sort of monitor costs if people are separated. Also, it's way easier to scale up or scale out if people have their own infrastructure. You don't have to plan with multiple parties on when you're going to do the updates. And thirdly, and lastly, people have different tools, right? So, you don't want to have, especially if we're paying for licenses, you don't want to have to, pay for licenses for tools where people don't need. If you see here, these are just sort of several sort of projects they're working on. And, each of them will have their own raw data store databases and different tools. And these are all under the multi-tenant infrastructure, which is also under the enterprise data catalog. So we envision simple and secure collaboration. We are approved for Title 5, 13, and 26. And we have the enhanced metadata in the enterprise data catalog to keep this all humming. So now you're probably wondering, how do we keep all this secure? Well, for my final slide, basically security and governance. So the EDL will maintain the appropriate level of security restrictions and rules-based permissions, and we'll use a tool to integrate this. We allow users to sort of see, edit, and delete files based on those permissions, and the data owners will decide who gets to see the data and who will get to do the editing and deleting. So if you look down here, this is sort of all of the sort of EC2 instances are tagged. People will have tags associated with them based on the approval process that is also being merged into the EDL. Our identity provider will say, okay, these people are who they are. Here are the tags associated. And then basically when they log into the EDL, they'll only see the EC2 instances that they're associated with. But the much cooler part of security is what we're using AWS lake formation, right? This is where we tag data, right? And the data is used to determine who can see it, right? So basically the data stewards will go in and they can tag all their data with their different ontologies. All these lake formation tags are determined at query time, right? So basically you tag the data in your data set, a user comes in, tries to do a query on the data, and they're only going to get the results back for the data that they're allowed to see. So this is sort of, again, major improvement, keeps data really secure. And since it's run at query time, basically you can update tags, and then that means any queries run after that are with these new tags. So anyway, and we use AWS IAM roles to sort of, make sure the permissions are regulated. So I hope you enjoyed your time in the lake. Grab a towel, dry off, and I shall turn it back over to Michael Thien. Or I guess, Michael, are you doing dice next?
Well, yeah. I was going to just say thank you to you, John, and then like you said, we'll go to Mike Zabelski, who's going to talk about dice. Thanks so much, John. Welcome, John. Welcome, Mike. Sorry.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Good morning, FedCASIC. Michael Zabelski here. I'm going to discuss the data ingest and collection for the enterprise program, also known as the DICE program. We've already mentioned that this is just one part of Census's overall technology transformation. So today we're going to discuss DICE's enterprise vision and scale, how DICE is part of a broader transformational effort here at the Census Bureau, some of the IT solutions that the program is integrating together, and also 2 parallel onboarding tracks to begin to support the work of the organization. All right, let's discuss DICE's enterprise vision and scale. We've already talked about some of this. So DICE's mission is to collect the data necessary to produce U.S. Census Bureau statistics. Its vision is to provide consistent, cost-effective, efficient, standard, and scalable data collection operations and technical solutions that support all directorate needs. Some of the fundamentals, some of the basics of what the DICE program is trying to do. Fundamental number 1 is to collect and acquire data in support of user needs. The second fundamental, collect data via surveys where alternative data sources are not available, comprehensive, or up to quality standards. The third fundamental, if surveys are used to collect data, then use modern technology to manage respondent and data provider interactions, and also make data-driven decisions to perform data collection operations efficiently. And the fourth fundamental, enhance solutions capable of meeting Census Bureau's future data collection and data acquisition business needs. All right, so let's talk a little bit more about how the DICE program is part of Census's overall technology transformation. This slide looks very familiar. Yeah, so this infographic, just to reiterate Michael's video earlier, the infographic just shows how the DICE program fits in with some of the other enterprise initiatives at Census. DICE is showed all the way at the left of the diagram and basically depicts DICE systems as the key entry point for incoming data to the Census Bureau. So these incoming types of data include administrative records, census survey data, public records, and third-party data. The data collected and acquired via the DICE system of systems eventually gets stored downstream in the enterprise data lake. So the next few slides take a closer look at how the DICE program will help the Census Bureau transform. So Census is transitioning away from this idea of a survey-centric model and to an idea of a data-centric model. So in the survey-centric model, typically how it works is an external user data need is identified. Next, a survey is defined and designed to satisfy that data need. The survey collects data from respondents. That collected survey data is then used to create data products. And if all went well, the resulting data products satisfy the external user data needs. So now let's compare that to this idea of a 21st century data-centric model that we're working towards. Where an external user data need is identified, there are probably more data needs now, more needs than ever. So first step then is Census Bureau is going to assess and determine whether it can strategically acquire and ingest data to meet the need, or if survey definition and design is required, or some combination of both. And if a combination of data ingest and survey data collection is needed, then the Census Bureau will attempt to collect data via surveys only as needed to reduce the amount of burden associated with meeting the data need. So in the 21st century data-centric model, we're still including this idea of traditional survey design and data collection, though extra focus is being placed on data acquisition and ingest to overcome some modern day challenges with the traditional survey data collection approach. And one of DICE's main goals is to be able to provide these capabilities for any project or survey, regardless of its size, complexity, and scale. So once the newly acquired data is essentially stored in the enterprise data lake, the idea is that the data can be discovered and accessed to meet many external user data needs. So this is a simple depiction for how the DICE program fits into the broader transformational effort of the Census Bureau. Okay, so we talked about enterprise vision and scale. DICE is part of the transformation. Let's take a look at some of the integrated solutions that comprise the program. So DICE provides processes and solutions for Census Bureau data collection activities organized into IT projects. The DICE systems development projects are adaptive survey design, data ingest, electronic correspondence, electronic data collection, operational control, paper data collection, and questionnaire design and metadata. So this diagram is a simplified depiction of how the DICE solutions work together. Let's talk a little bit more about what each solution does. So up top here, data ingest. So DICE and the Enterprise Data Lake are partnering on data ingest. This is how the Census Bureau will acquire third-party data and make that data accessible via central storage location so that survey owners, analysts, and researchers can find and access the data. The third-party data can stem from a variety of different sources in both the public and private sectors. It's important to note that a next-generation data ingest solution is currently in the works, and that solution will be cloud-based. Next on the left, questionnaire design and metadata. So this will be used by survey owners to produce survey questionnaires and respondent materials by creating new content or reusing existing content from a library of information. Operational control right there in the middle. So this is how census staff create, manage, track data collection activities and workloads. It includes aspects of case assignment and case management. So operational control uses a lot of business rules to automate how decisions get made, what outcomes get applied to cases, and what activities perform or stop performing. Adaptive survey design can be used alongside operational control to improve decision-making as data collection operations perform. Electronic data collection. So this is how survey respondents and Census Bureau call agents complete surveys electronically via the internet. Census Bureau field interviewers can also use electronic instruments to complete their casework while in the field, either connected to the internet or in a disconnected state. Paper data collection. So this provides a standard approach to scan, capture, and process cases for paper responses. Electronic correspondence. So this is kind of like the customer service arm. This is how survey respondents and census staff perform customer service interactions. This solution supports communication channels like phone, chat, and secure messaging, and also provides the ability to access electronic survey instruments and help respondents complete surveys over the phone. So what's important to note here is these solutions don't live in a vacuum. Once the DICE system of systems is fully operational, interfaces between these systems will pass near real-time operational data upstream and downstream to inform different work processes. Okay, let's talk about some of the DICE program's onboarding tracks. So the DICE program is planning on 2 separate onboarding tracks that will perform in parallel. One onboarding track is this idea of customer onboarding, survey by survey, or data ingest project by project. The other onboarding track is the Mojo acceleration plan. So the next few slides, we'll talk about the differences between these 2 parallel onboarding tracks. First, we'll talk about customer onboarding. Now, when I say customer onboarding, what's meant is the DICE program survey and data ingest project partners. And so a small number of customers will onboard into the DICE system of systems at first. This is being done to prove the technology, learn what went well and what could be improved, continuously enhance the overall DICE solution, and also ramp up how quickly additional partners can be onboarded. DICE's first 2 survey partners plan to onboard in January of 2024. So in preparation for onboarding these customers, the DICE system teams are working to satisfy these customers' functional requirements through a series of incremental code releases. And DICE system teams are also working on non-functional requirements related to things like system security and system performance. And once a customer's business needs are met and the solutions are deemed secure, DICE survey and data ingest partners will eventually begin to perform production operations using the overall system of systems. So that was the customer onboarding track, survey by survey and project by project. Let's talk a little bit more about the Mojo acceleration plan. So executive leadership at the Census Bureau made the decision to accelerate Mojo's development and enterprise-wide usage to eliminate costly legacy systems quicker. Mojo is DICE's operational control solution. So Roscoe is one of those legacy solutions that the Census Bureau has an interest in phasing out. Roscoe supports managing field cases and staff relevant to a survey. Roscoe currently interfaces with a number of legacy non-DICE solutions. So in the Mojo acceleration plan, Mojo will subsume Roscoe's base functionality. And Roscoe's base functionality will become a solution component in DICE's Mojo operational control. DICE's Mojo solution will interface with some of the legacy systems that Roscoe interfaces with, in addition to the DICE system of systems. And some of these legacy solutions will even become new solution components within Mojo's overall solution architecture. And once the Mojo solution is built and ready for operations, we're tracking towards fall of 2024. All surveys that perform field data collection activities will be transitioned away from Roscoe and into Mojo. So phasing out Roscoe is being done to take advantage of new technology and to save the Census Bureau money. Fast tracking field surveys into Mojo will allow for Roscoe to be decommissioned much quicker than if the first survey by survey approach was the only onboarding approach that DICE implemented. And as the DICE solution functionality matures and takes on more census survey partners, more of these legacy system interfaces will be eliminated because their functionality will be assumed by the enterprise DICE solutions. And that's all I have to say about the DICE program today. We transition back to, I believe, Zach.
Hey everybody, bear with me as I pull up our deck. I trust everyone can see. We've been doing this so long. Right, thank you. So thank you, FedCASIC. It's always great to speak to the void. Never know how this goes, but we're going to get into this. I'm going to be very repetitious here. I think a lot of the points that I'll be making are pretty comparable to what we've already heard. So we're just going to dive right into that. First, we're going to talk about why are we talking about centralizing dissemination? What is the value proposition that we're making by trying to centralize a lot of these activities? Then we're going to go into how CEDSI is approaching this problem. It's not really a one-size-fits-all, one product for the entire program. We have a number of different ideas for solving specific problems when it comes to enterprise dissemination. And then lastly, we'll go into a couple future state actions that we're taking that I think would be of interest to this group. So why centralized dissemination? Well, so for the longest time, we've seen an organic development of applications that have been solving for specific use cases that are oftentimes tailored around data products or data sets. This can range from like a use case that might be specific to a user group. It could range to an application type, a way in which an application might consume that information, or it might be consolidated for simplicity for the dissemination in bulk, right? Like you can think of an FTP or like a static store server as a means for that. Now this is fine. This solves the problems that you have when it comes to these narrow kind of balkanized activities that might not relate to one another. But when you start to step back and you look at the bigger picture and that broader user experience across all of these different subsystems, you find that there are some divisions between these applications that sometimes prevent users from translating their skills that they've learned from one application to the other. This oftentimes leads to a narrowing perspective on what kind of data are available from the Census Bureau. And it leads users on these long kind of circuitous paths to finding data. And those paths, what we found, have been preventing users from finding and understanding the full breadth and depth of the data products that we're delivering. Furthermore, what we see is that users are oftentimes finding value in between data products or data sets. So the use cases that we understand from users once they've received the data or taking the data away is that they like to combine data products to build their own indexes or views of the data, present them in a different way. But sometimes that can be hard. Sometimes it's hard to know that geographies, for example, are released 1 year in advance of some of the tabulated products, and then you can miskey the geographies to the tabulated products. Sometimes it's unclear what the relationship is between summary levels. Are these geographies truly comparable, and can I relate these data products together, or are they dissimilar enough that I'm actually producing orthogonal results to where I'm trying to go? So there's a lot of different hangups that you can have when you have these disparate systems that don't necessarily know about each other. You also encumber the user to learn these different subsystems. So a user that might be really proficient in QuickFacts, for example, might not be able to translate their skills to TigerWeb. This is a small thing, but the interaction design that you build around your applications can cause these pain points or friction for users. And ideally, what you can do is kind of teach them one model about how these applications work, and then they can go and translate their skills from one application to the other. It also, when you have these disparate systems, it causes the problem of you have a lot of different ETL or a lot of different ways in which you have to take the data from the data providers and disseminate them out the door. Every single transformation you make with the data, oftentimes required by the specific subsystem, can introduce error and also can introduce a lack of coordination between the different data products. So for example, if QuickFacts needs a special delivery from ACS, for example, But then also we have another application that is built in a totally different way, managed by a totally different group. That oftentimes requires a different data delivery. And when you update that data can be based on how you've engineered that system in the first place. So some systems are pointing to APIs where they can just have a pull model where they just pull the data as needed. Others actually have baked into the development process the data itself, which means that you need a development cycle to release the data. Oftentimes the development cycles are not keyed on data releases. And so coordinating all of this stuff becomes quite complicated and can lead to a user finding one number on one application that might look different to a different application. That would erode the public confidence into like, what is the right number, what's going on? And ultimately we want to reduce that friction. From an enterprise perspective, we look kind of broadly at the IT suite that we have here. Having a lot of subsystems built differently by different groups in different ways at different times creates a development and modernization, it creates a lot of overhead in terms of trying to manage all these systems. So the operational maintenance costs that oftentimes kind of extend to the right on you. You have to maintain different stacks with different code, and that can lead to a lot of different problems. And so what we're trying to do is minimize all of this landscape from a technical perspective, minimize the amount of labor that goes from the program areas, the data providers out the door, so that we aren't transforming the data as often, provide a single source of truth that would allow for all of these subsystems to exist if they need to, but rely on a common well of data. So it doesn't have to necessarily be predicated on a data release or a software release cycle. So this is where we're trying to get to. This is a long process. It's not without a lot of compromise and a lot of hard work by both the program areas as well as the dissemination unit that we're building. It requires dissemination governance. So like when things go out, how things go out, what are the modalities that we're going to be supporting. There's a lot of things that have over time kind of happened that we need to make sure that we are controlling and presenting a unified front of a one census perspective, and that comes through governance. Second part is metadata standards. This is ultimately crucial for us to allow for users to not only have a consistent experience between data products, be it the simple things like table titles or notes or your general actions of what you can do with the file, but then also making sure that these data and these metadata can be joined as comprehensively as we possibly can. This and I wouldn't necessarily want everyone to think that we're talking about true standardization. This oftentimes is dealing with harmonization or loosely coupling concepts, fuzzy matching depending on fitness for use. So we're not taking the approach of everyone's going to have the exact same label and that kind of thing. We understand that the reality is far more complicated and there needs to be nuance, but we also understand that users come at the data with varying levels of precision requirements. And so we need to make sure that we can accommodate those ideas so that when a user is saying this is close enough, we can understand and relate these concepts together. Time series is a classic example there. The consolidated platform is the third kind of key pillar that SetSci is working on. And this is ultimately talking about the infrastructure that services the data and the metadata programmatically. Think about like an API, essentially a consolidated structure where you can have a one-stop shop and reliably get all metadata and data requirements to reproduce the data consistently. On top of that, however, we know we need this suite of applications, some conception of the suite of applications, not necessarily replicating a one-for-one since we've had multiple years of these applications, but certainly it's not the perception of SetSci that a one-stop shop is going to satisfy all requirements. We understand that we need to be able to build small tailored use cases, specific vignettes around data stories, as well as have a general purpose data store where you can just go and say like, this has everything, and it's, you're forced to sift through a lot of data, but then there are also smaller offshoots where you can go and find tailored experiences. And then lastly, we have a communications group. This is really responsible for being the eyes and the ears in the field to understand what are the issues that we're seeing, not only about the systems that we're building, but also about the data products themselves. We have an active team that goes out and hosts webinars, trainings, goes to conferences, interacts with folks who need to use our products, or answers your direct questions via email or any other modes with which you've reached out. So we have a team that's focused on gathering feedback, and what we do from that feedback is we use that as a means to drive our backlog. So when we have a lot of comments about specific things, maybe it's, I don't like how this works, we take that feedback, consolidate it, put it into a feature definition, and then put it into practice. So we actually develop against those requirements that we're hearing in real time. So we've all seen this slide. This is a dumbed down one. But I think the important thing that I want to call out is SetSci's main focus in its dissemination is to make sure the data are accessible, yes, but also be the voice of the customer, not only to improve the systems that SetSci is building, but also to talk to the other key initiatives about what we can do potentially upstream of the dissemination piece that would assist in delivering a more an improved experience for our end users. We know that there's a lot of restrictions on the data that sometimes frustrate the users. Or is there a new data product that we could be considering that would solve for an active conversation that we're seeing in our feedback? The loopback model, where we pass the concepts that we're hearing and the feedback that we're hearing that are outside of direct control of SetSci, is really where I think the magic of all of these initiatives come into play. And I would argue that it even potentially goes up into DICE, right? The idea of, hey, data providers, we are looking and we're seeing a lot of comments about, seeing user-defined geographies. What can we do about that at scale? And how can we broadly make this possible? So, if we have a hurricane tract come through, can I take that arbitrary polygon and build an aggregation on top of tabulated data? What would that look like? There's a number of different means with which asks that we're hearing that we think are incredibly powerful and incredibly interesting to pursue, but it would take a coordination across all the initiatives to make this happen. And now with this structure, we feel like we're in a position where we can affect this, and again, do it consistently at scale. No longer would it just be available for specific data providers, but across all data providers, which again allows for just an increased presence for our data users and an increase in our discoverability and our accessibility of the data. So for the access tier, SetSci is really focusing on the public access data and the open access online data tools. We're not getting into the FSRDC spaces. We're everything that's delivered to SetSci is designated as open to public consumption. All of the controlled access stuff that you would see in virtual data enclaves and whatnot, those are still part of their existing programs, and so we're not talking about anything outside of the publicly accessible stuff. So for the product approach, we have 4 main products that we're building out. The first one is the heart and soul of what we need to do. It's the API. This is making sure that all of our data are programmatically accessible, and we believe that this is the heart and soul because ultimately we can't build every type of application that would satisfy every type of use case, but what we can do is empower others to do that. And that's only possible if you have a feature-rich, reliable, and well-documented API for others to use and to build upon. This can be, extensions into R or Python or SAS, SDKs that are really quite meant for lowering the barrier of entry to engage with our data, to make it easy to make specific calls. This could be direct integration into other applications where you see data enrichment being used. This could be dynamic, this could be static, but we know and we understand that there is an ecosystem outside of Census properties that use or benefit from programmatic access to the data. And there's an interesting new development in this space that I'll touch on a little bit later in the future. But ultimately, we see that the true lifeblood of what SetSci is doing is making sure that our data are programmatically accessible and legible. But on top of this, we know that not everyone's going to be comfortable working with an API, or that's not necessarily their first choice, or even folks who are comfortable with an API sometimes like to first work through a graphical user interface and explore the data that way, and then maybe pivot into an API. So we need to make sure that we have a general one-stop shop website where folks can go and comprehensively search across all of our public data holdings and be able to recover specific files. We are looking at ways in which we can, while maintaining the existing expectations for a lot of our users with this tabular type of approach, we also want to try to move the ball forward and disaggregate data from its table. The idea that we are still releasing these tabular and table-based products is fine and consistent for a lot of workflows over time. However, we've understood that a lot of the users, especially new users coming in, have an expectation or a need to be able to create their own views of the data, customized to their specific use case. And while table structures might help in terms of a starting point, they ultimately want to be able to refine that table down, or maybe pull in additional data that was outside of that originally defined table product. And that's one of the conversations we're having with our data providers in the building about what can we do structurally from a metadata perspective, from a data structure perspective, to allow for users to further customize their data view and ultimately define exactly what they're looking for, rather than having to know necessarily the differences between all the different programs and all the different specific limitations between the way in which this program disseminates versus that. We're trying to iron out those differences so that the user has a simple one census type experience. So we know we need a general data warehouse, but then we also know that the data providers need a way to do this easily. And so we are looking, we have begun to build out an internal tool that will allow for data providers to more seamlessly allow for to initiate a dissemination process. Similar to what EDL is doing, where it's a self-service approach, we are taking the same approach. The idea is, I guess an analogy would be, if you want to sell something on Amazon, right? The sellers on Amazon have a separate experience where they can go in and load their data products. They can load their products. They can set their pricing. They can set their inventory. All of the specific interfacing that you'll need to stand up your definition of this thing that you'd like others to consume digitally. Same basic analogy is true for us. We need to make sure that the data products that are coming from the data providers are easily uploaded into the system, can be defined adequately, and be annotated to the specificity that the data provider requires, but then also adheres to these governance and metadata structures that we need to make sure exist so that the user isn't bogged down with a lot of very specific nuance between the data providers. So Meta is a bridge to this feature. And lastly is a data CMS product. This is the product that is designed to build smaller curated applications. And so if data.census.gov is this one-stop shop that's designed to just hold everything, probably not ideal for any specific product, Data CMS allows us to build focused applications that are allowing the user to have a very curated experience around maybe a data set, around maybe a use case or a persona, or around a mode with which you'd want to consume that information. There's a number of different form factors that Data CMS applications can take. There isn't really a one way to look at these. These are designed to be flexible and tailored to the exact application. So the API, this is the primary product. This will serve the primary means of the data provider as well as the data consumer. This is also the way in which we are adhering to the Evidence Act for data.gov harvesting. This is meant to be our holdings for all of our data products publicly and is easily scrapable and regular. Now I will say that in the future, and I have a slide on this a little bit later, we're going to be introducing some changes to the side of this. The API is going to be remaining unchanged from its current function and behavior. We are creating a second version of the API, and that's something that I'm pretty excited about coming up. Data.census.gov. This is the most visible one. This is what I think a lot of folks think of when they think of CEDSI. Really, this is just a exercise against the API. We have been building against our data holdings, we've been building against services that allow for the user to interact with the data. And this is just a thin client sitting on top of that. So we've been making a lot of specific developmental activities against the API as a means to dog food it and to make sure that if a user wanted to say build a map off of our API, we know that they can do that because we've done it. And here are the lessons learned, and here's how we've made the API better. Data.census.gov serves this dual purpose of not just being this kind of primary one-stop shop, but it also allows us to build good requirements against the API. It's also built in a componentized fashion, and these components, these Lego blocks that we're building, are meant to be recomposed for other applications specific to data CMS. This is Meta. This is, again, this internal facing tool. It won't be accessible to the public. It's really designed for data providers, one-stop shop, a method for them to define their data products, to set release schedules, to redact as needed, and also to take a look at how users are reacting to their data in terms of consumption and behaviors. Data CMS, this is, again, that code-free application builder. It's comparable to there's a number of different products in the commercial space that do this. The value to us in doing this ourselves is, one, we're using open source tools. Two, we're able to integrate our data visualization standards directly into this product to ensure that census data standards, data visualization standards, data interaction standards are baked into code and making it far easier for our subject matter experts to build compelling applications without having to worry about all the code around that, without worrying about data standards, accessibility issues. All of that's taken care of with the code itself. We also have a series of tiered support. So we also know that this data CMS thing isn't going to be able to support everybody's use cases at all times. So we are making sure that the data CMS tool will be able to support full integration into these custom built applications, but it also can just support data services, so that if someone in the building wanted to build their own dissemination application, provided it adhered to the data visualization standards and our code standards, they could only just use the API and they could build their application specific to their use cases. So I'll wrap up here with the future state. The first thing is what I alluded to earlier. We're going to be building a second version of the API. This will be open API compliant. It'll be versioned. It will just have standard JSON response objects. All of the basic things that you've come to expect from open APIs, we are approaching. We do not want to have any uniqueness if we can avoid it. We want our API to behave like every other API that you've come across. It just needs to have well documented examples. It needs to have simple RESTful interfaces, and it really shouldn't cause any surprises. The value that we're adding to this API is in that standards, but also in adding some of the business logic that you see in data.census.gov. Being able to semantically search the API with a query parameter, for example, would be a really nice win. Instead of you having to know the vintage that you're looking for, and then having to know the program that you're looking for, and then having to know the data set that you're looking for, you can query directly down into the metadata and return back mixed results depending on what's found from our named entity recognition or from our relevancy design. From data.census.gov, we're going to be improving the search functionality. So we're building a neural net that would just be much more approachable from for both the first-time user as well as the user that has been coming to data.census.gov regularly. The searches should become a little bit more intuitive as to what you're seeing back. We're also looking at simplifying the faceted filters. So this would be things like taking pop groups and bringing those up into the top level view so you can very quickly get into race and ancestry data. Simplifying the ways in which the facets relate to one another so that it's a little bit more predictable. And then also moving to improve our stability and performance of the system. And then lastly, just notice that typo. Just lastly, there is a beta launch of one of our first data CMS applications. Data CMS has been running in stealth mode for a while, and we're really excited to begin to start to launch applications that are based on that tooling. The last thing I'll talk about is this landscape change that we're looking at. We are actively engaging in ways in which our data can be consumed programmatically by LLMs. So the idea of all of these new developments in the chatbot space, right? You've been following the news. We're seeing this generational AI becoming incredibly robust and being used in real cases to be integrated into workflows. So think ChatGPT, think Bard, think Bing. There's a really interesting and dynamic space here in terms of how these products work and then how they source authoritative data sets. So if you go to ChatGPT or Bard or Bing and you ask for demographic profiles of a specific town or community, we want to make sure that these AI models are pulling from authoritative sources and not just the web in general. And our interaction with those are incredibly important. We need to make sure that we are disseminating our content in a way that's friendly to these machines, to these models, so that they can make sense of what we're doing. And ironically, making our data more accessible to these models, it also has the benefit of improving the usability for humans. Because these LLMs are trained off of human speech patterns, they work best with human speech patterns. And so when we're disseminating our data, we need to disseminate our data in the most human way as possible, because that actually approaches the things that these LLMs need. So it's a fun, exciting space that we're working in right now. We're actively engaging with all the major players to do this. And it's one of these new spaces that CIDA is diving into and making sure that the Census Bureau data is accurately represented in these models and into future workflows. And with that, I'll stop here. Thank you.
All right, thanks so much, Zach. That was great. A lot of good information, a lot of exciting stuff, and that's sort of the 4 initiatives within an hour and about 10 minutes. And we're open for questions now. If people would like to put a question in the chat or to do questions just by speaking the questions, they can do that. So I'll open it up now. I hope we have our host so that you can unmute, because I don't think I can unmute other people. But any questions for us today? I'll get things started a little bit. I think, Zach, one of the things that there's 2 things cool about your presentation. First, in your, I think about your 4th slide, you talked about how all of the 4 initiatives combining actually helps the way that we disseminate. But so that's one thing that I thought was actually really good. But in this this LLM space that you're talking about, what is CIDA going to actually do to make these LLMs able to these large language models able to consume our data better? What are some of the things that you're talking about?
Yeah, so it's funny because this whole space is in the abstract, but when it comes to what we're doing, it's much more tangible in the sense that it's not complicated. It's just a little bit more focused on our approaches in what we consider to be dissemination. So, for example, a lot of these LLMs are using openly crawled content. So there's a lot of these open databases that will just crawl the web, and they'll build a database from what the web has said about things. So think like Wikipedia or anyone's website, right? They can say Census Bureau said in 2020 that the population of Superland is X. That kind of stuff is recognized and understood by the LLMs as factual, right? And then it's just a matter of like, is this provenance or how they tune it? So it's up to them. We need to make sure that in our digital properties, so like data.census.gov, for example, that our content is programmatically accessible to these crawlers. So in the same way like a search engine would crawl across a website, and they would read text and they would say, okay, so I see this text about Indiana. In the LLM, if you don't tell the LLM Indiana is a place, it's a state, it's got these attributes, the LLM will try to make its best guess as to whether or not that's a place. We are going to be making assertions in our website that you can't see. It's not really meant to be seen by humans, but we're making assertions in our website, in the code, that says this is a place, it has these properties, it's bordered by these other places, its children are this, its parent is this. And we start to hydrate those knowledge graphs with this structured content. And we're doing it in a way that makes it so easy for these crawlers to understand that they're forced to listen, rather than, it's too hard to get into this. So it's making our stuff more easy, but it's also, interestingly, making our stuff more easy for people. If you're familiar with our API, depending on what data product you use, can look different. The data response looks different. If the data are hierarchical, what we end up doing is to represent the hierarchies of that content, we have to concatenate like the children to the parent. So like the total population, male, 18 and over, all of that stringing along gets replicated. So there's a column that says total population, there's a column that says total population male, total population 18 and over. Those strings are really hard for LLMs to understand because in vector space, they look similar. Most of the string is similar, and the deeper you go, the longer that string is identical. And it has a really hard time discerning what's different about that string. And also people have that same problem. It's like, what are you trying to say? I need to see it. We are approaching this as saying, okay, let's restructure our content, our data, so that dimensionality is more easily read in and accessible. So instead of having, total population male, 18 and over, we would just have a column that says population, total population, and then we would have dimensions in columns that say like gender or age, and you could then build your same exact view of that data just through dimensions. And those dimensions are really conveniently programmatically accessible. So you could say like, give me a list of all dimensions for this column. And that's easier to read from a human perspective. It's also easier for these programs to work through and then delve into the data to ultimately get down to specific cells that resolve that question. So it's a multifaceted approach, but it's really exciting.
Yeah, I think it's fascinating. I mean, it's easier for machines to understand. It's easier for humans to understand. It's easier for us to disseminate. So I think it's a good thing. Any other questions from our audience or from other people participating? I don't see anything in the chat.
Hey, Mike,
Yes.
this is Ling. I just follow up with what Zach said. What does LLM stand for?
I'm sorry, large language model. Think about these as like chatbots. Basically, the new kind of the new kid on the block for search engines. These LLMs are starting to invade this space, so you can have a much more human dialogue to this interface. You can say like, tell me about the population of Maryland. You can say, write me code that reproduces Flappy Bird. You can say things like, write me a sonnet that only includes census jargon. All of that's possible because these things are just eminently just flexible. And so these LLMs, large language models are really this competing in this knowledge graph space where they can understand concepts, they can break them apart, and then they can recompose them into human sentences and then serve them back to you in a humanistic way.
They can be wrong too, based on like
they can be wrong, and they can be subtly wrong, and that's I think the space that we think that why this is so dynamic. Right now, it's still a problem that they're wrong. They're still in beta, and people are still looking at them with like a little degree of skepticism. But every time they prove out successfully that they can do something, like for example, you can rebuild entire applications. It can write you code that can write you an application, and that application will work. So it's like, this thing I asked it to do something and it did something successfully. I can trust this. The more people start to trust these things as being the authority, let's take it at face value, the greater risk we have that disinformation or what's called like database poisoning can occur, where the wrong numbers can be integrated into the web, and these are just sucked up and then responded back to. And that can just further propagate disinformation or further propagate misinformation. It doesn't necessarily have to be nefarious, but if we're not disseminating in this space, we run the risk of being obviated by a third party who has, looser controls or less interest in getting the data right. And I think that's where we need to jump in and make sure that we're engaging as quickly as possible to make it easy for these LLMs to train on accurate data.
We're at 10:30. I think we're supposed to stop on time in these sessions so people can get to the next session. So I want to thank everybody for coming to our session, and we will be posting the presentations on the site after this. And if you have further questions, you can contact the people who are in the contact slides on those presentations. So thanks so much, everybody. Thanks, FedCASIC. We appreciate it.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks for joining us here today in this session on improving response rates. I'm Jessica Holzberg from the Census Bureau, as you can probably tell from my background, and I'll be moderating today's session. At this time, all of our attendees are in a listen-only mode, and this session is being recorded and will be posted publicly. If you have any objections to this, you may disconnect at any time. For our attendees, you can submit written questions using the chat function within WebEx, which should be at the bottom right or the bottom center of your WebEx screen, kind of depending on what configuration you have. And after all of our presenters have a chance to present today, we'll have time for questions and answers. We'll take the questions from the chat, and also you can raise your hand and I will call on you to ask your question orally if you'd prefer to do that. And we'll get you unmuted for that question asking portion. If you have any technical issues, try leaving and rejoining, and the WebEx browser version may work better for you than the desktop application. But if you still are having technical issues, you may contact FedCASIC at census.gov. All right, so with that bit of housekeeping, I will introduce our first of 5 presenters today. So our first presenter is Cindy Ubartas, who's talking about data collection initiatives to face declining response rates at Statistics Canada. So Cindy, you can go ahead and share and come off video.
Sure, so I'll try to share. I'll put it in this mode. So let me know if you can see it properly.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So I'll start. So thanks for the introduction. So today I'll talk about collection and research initiatives for non-response, mainly for social surveys at Statistics Canada. So I'll start by providing like a brief overview of data collection operations at Statistics Canada. Then I'll provide some context or an example of declining response rates, and I'll talk about the main factors that contributed to declining response rates in social surveys in Canada. Then I'll give a really brief overview of the current status of collection, and I'll finish by talking about some initiatives to, first of all, understand non-response, but also try to improve response rates in the future. So, Statistics Canada is conducting all national social and economic surveys across the country. So it's really more centralized than what you have in the US in general. We have 5 computer telephone interviews, so 5 CARI call centers. So in the presentation, I'd also mention regional offices. So they're really responsible for managing collection. And for CARI, we really, they're dealing with a national sample as opposed to a sample assigned to a specific call center. Most interviewers are still working from home right now, but collection is still managed at the regional level. We also have 5 computer-assisted personal interviews, so 5 CAPI offices. And of course, for these ones, the samples are assigned to specific offices. We have no choice. It's for in-person interviews. Just to provide you some context, the vast majority of our surveys are multimode. So we usually start with online responses. So we develop an electronic questionnaire. So I'll mention EQ pretty often in this presentation because this is what we use normally as a term for this. And the respondents can go online and respond using that electronic questionnaire. And for most surveys, we're going to have at least some CARI non-response follow-up. And then for those that have the budget or, when it's appropriate, we'll also do some CAPI. And normally we try to keep one single questionnaire for all modes as much as we can. So like in many countries, we observed a downward trend in response rates in social surveys. Here, I'm providing a very specific example because it's one of our only mandatory surveys in social surveys in Canada, so the labor force survey. So we used to have a very stable response rate around 90% 2015, 2016, and then it dropped a little bit like in 2018, 2019, but we were still always between 85 to 90%. But if you look at the graph, you can see the impact the pandemic had like on our response rate. So it dropped a lot at the very beginning of the pandemic. And this is due to the impossibility to conduct in-person interviews. Then it stabilized and we saw a slight increase since the beginning of 2022. But unfortunately, we're still far from where we were before the pandemic, right? So what are the factors that contributed to that? Well, first of all, we've had for many years, I think that happened many years ago, changes in respondent behavior and preference in terms of communication channels. So at Statistics Canada, we adapted to this pretty well by providing the possibility to people to answer on the internet via an electronic questionnaire. So that helped a lot, like for response rates. But during the pandemic, like the requirements for timely data increased a lot. And especially we had new data requirements that were identified by what we call the Disaggregated Data Initiative. So that was launched in the fall 2021. And the objective is to obtain statistical information that highlights the experiences of specific population groups. So as you can imagine, it's also rarer groups in the population. So the result of this is that we need to maximize responses in often like short collection periods with large sample sizes. So that's a big challenge for us. And the other one is related to staff, right? So we had a large employee turnover throughout the pandemic, and we hired a large number of interviewers during the pandemic. Actually, we're still hiring lots of interviewers right now. So how is it going in collection? Well, like I said a couple of times already, EQ works really well in general. For voluntary social surveys, we can get between 15 to often 30-35% response rates in EQ, and for some specific subpopulations, it's even larger than that. A generic electronic questionnaire platform was developed many years ago, so that allowed us to have this mode of collection offered to our respondents. And in addition to traditional paper letters, we have the ability to send mass emails and SMS. So these modes of contacts were added to our collection strategy. So that helped a lot too. We're back to regular CAPI, so in-person interviews since the fall 2022. The results are mitigated for now. We didn't get the results we were hoping for CAPI. And we think that one of the main reasons for that is that we have a lot of new interviewers, right? And the requirements now with in-person interviews are different than what we had during the pandemic. So right now they have to knock at the door as much as they can, as many times as possible, and try to conduct the interview in person, right? With the respondents there. While during the pandemic, we were doing what we call CAPI Lite Plus. So interviewers would go knock at the door, try to get some contact information, so the phone number, so that we could call respondents later on. And if they were not able to make contact, they would just drop a letter that asked the respondents to call us back. So this is very different, and I think they need to be trained a little more to do what they need to do right now. Now for CARI collection, we have a large variation between surveys, but luckily we saw an improvement for some surveys in the last few months. So that's going well, and we'll try to keep going with the improvements for this. So what are the short-term, mid-term plans to try to improve our response rates? Well, first of all, we think we need to work on improving our CAPI result. So hiring is still ongoing right now, and we think we need to focus on training and monitoring, and that could include recordings of parts of interviews eventually. We were doing it before the pandemic, so we think we need to reintegrate that type of monitoring. In the meantime, what we did is that we improved the reports to help the regional offices keep track of the performance of their interviewers. We're also thinking at maybe potentially offer virtual interviewing as an option. So for now, it's only a research project this year that we have. So we want to explore people's interests according to their characteristics and determine how it could work in practice and if it's worth trying this in Canada. So we might have a test at some point this year to try to test, well, to see if it's worth and how it could work. We also want to reintroduce the use of CARI adaptive collection design. So we're currently testing new functionalities in our collection system to facilitate this process. And one of the first candidates we're talking about in terms of surveys would be the LFS, the labor force surveys, because the units are in collection for 6 months in this survey, so we could take advantage of collection characteristics from the previous cycles as soon as we're in the second month of collection. And finally, we want to pursue the use of a mobile application to collect data. So we think that's a convenient way for respondents to complete some of the most burdensome surveys that we have. And we're taking as our first candidate of the survey of household spending. So the diary in particular. So the respondents need to fill out like a diary for at least a week, if I remember well, with the list of all their expenses. So of course it can be burdensome, and it would be really useful to have a mobile app to help the respondents to do that type of survey. And we did a pilot project with a mobile app in the fall 2021. The topic was related to subjective well-being in Canada, and it was called the Vitality Stat. So we have a couple of lessons learned from this project. So of course it requires strong communication between a wide range of internal partners, but also with the application store. And something that we don't have that much is really experienced developers with mobile phone applications at Statistics Canada. And we realized that we really need extensive testing at each phase of the project. We underestimated the time to do that testing in that first phase, in that first pilot project. So those lessons learned, we'll keep them in mind for when we build a mobile app for the SHS. So now I just want to end by talking about 3 research projects related to non-response that we have in mind for this fiscal year. So the first one is what I call segmentation. So it's been used with success in the last 2 censuses. So the main ideas would be to divide the population into homogeneous groups in terms of response or contact rates. And then we try to target the more difficult groups by using public relations communication campaign. So of course, for the census, we're targeting the whole population in Canada. For surveys, it's not as obvious. Here I'm providing a couple of examples of what could be done. And I just want to put your attention on the last item there. That we think could be really useful for some of our surveys is, and it's been done in the censuses too, is really to develop partnerships with some organizations that could make these groups more aware of our surveys, but also their benefits, right? So that if they're contacted for a survey, they would know a little more about us, and they would understand why it's important for them to respond. And the objective would be to apply this campaign for the labor force survey, which is a monthly survey, one of our biggest survey. And we're currently looking at characteristics of non-respondents to identify targeted subgroups. So we're at the first step for this project right now. Another thing that we hear a lot, at least internally at Statistics Canada, is that we don't have a lot of information about characteristics of non-respondents or the reasons for non-response. But in fact, it's not totally true. We have some precious sources of information with the feedback that comes from the interviewers. So, for example, we have the notes provided during the attempts. We have access to debriefing questionnaires from the interviewers. And we could potentially add observations on the field. We don't do this currently in Canada. I know it's done in other countries. But for example, when we do in-person interviews, we could note if there's presence of children, what the neighborhood looks like, that type of information that could also be useful. The only thing is right now it really requires a manual review, and it's really long to do. And it's tough to get, aggregated results with that. So we would need parsing or the use of artificial intelligence methods to better analyze the results. That would be a bit long to develop, but if we're able to do this, it could really help understand the characteristics of non-respondents, but also the reasons for non-response, and that could include understanding of the questions. So on a short-term basis, of course, it could help us improve the questionnaires for surveys. And on a long-term basis, we're thinking about maybe modifying our communication material based on the respondent's profile. So for example, maybe changing the letters or having different intro messages for CADI or CAPI based on the characteristic of the person that we're able to contact. But that's really a research project for the future. And finally, the last research project we're looking at for this year is to try to develop a little more non-response bias studies. So that would be a non-response follow-up survey that would help get more insights on the characteristics of non-respondents. And it could potentially help detecting the presence of bias among our respondents. So the idea would be to have a short electronic questionnaire that would be developed in our collection system with accelerated timelines. Ideally, we would use the exact same questionnaire, but it's not always possible, when we do that type of study. And the first candidate for this year for this type of study is the what we call the International Study of Adults in Canada. So if you're familiar with that, it's a PIAC, the PIAC survey in Canada. So it's a CAPI only survey that lasts 2.5 hours long. So unfortunately, we didn't get the results we were hoping for. We didn't reach the targets. So we think it's going to be really useful to have that type of study done with this survey first. And it will also serve as an example to establish a framework, so what we call standard collection vehicles for future NORFU evaluations. So that's what I had for today. Thank you. You have my contact information here. So I guess we'll keep the questions for the end. But feel free to ask one in the chat or later on if you have questions for me.
Thanks very much, Cindy. We will keep on moving through our presentations before coming back to the Q&A. So next up, we will be hearing from Ipek Bilgin on investigating methods to improve survey response for a multi-purpose probability sample panel.
Thanks, Jessica. Can you hear my screen? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is, as Jessica mentioned, my name is Ipek Bilgin, and I'm a principal research methodologist at NORC at the University of Chicago. Before I start my presentation, I would like to acknowledge my co-authors, Lindsay Liebert, David Dudvin, and Mike Dennis. Today, I'm going to talk a little bit about probability-based multi-client online panels. So due to increasing survey costs and declining response rates, these type of panels have become a major research vehicle lately. But there's still some skepticism around federal funded studies in terms of using these panels, given that federal research requires very high standards of data validity and reliability, as well as achieving high response rates and low non-response bias. In order to tackle these concerns, NORC at the University of Chicago has recently launched AmerSpeak Federal, which is a probability-based survey panel that's specifically catered to U.S. government agencies and departments. One of the differentiators of AmerSpeak Federal is that it invests substantially in follow-up strategies to convert non-responding panelists into cooperating panelists, as well as AmerSpeak Federal invests a lot also during the recruitment process. The follow-up strategies include additional letters and phone contacts, as well as higher incentives for subsequent surveys after the recruitment. These strategies also aim to increase the representation of panel studies by recruiting panelists who are more likely to be younger, low-income, non-white, and less educated groups that are typically underrepresented in most surveys. So this presentation specifically examines findings from a field test of one of these strategies, which is pre-notification mailing, as well as the inclusion of non-contingent incentive in the pre-notification mailing to improve response in AmerSpeak Federal panel, as well as decrease non-response bias. So accordingly, we also examine which of these treatments would work better for hard to recruit, hard to reach, and low cooperation segments of the population and the panel. So the overarching question in the study is, how effective are these examined interventions, which I also reference as strategies, used in AmerSpeak Federal to convert those non-responding panelists into cooperating panelists? So accordingly, I am going to talk a little bit about how do these additional follow-up strategies during invitation to subsequent surveys impact cooperation rate in comparison to our regular AmerSpeak's recruitment methods, which is web and phone, and what's the impact of each treatment on not just the active, but intermittently active and inactive panelists. And lastly, I'll present on whether these treatments improve survey cooperation among these hard-to-reach groups. So our overall overarching hypotheses are, well, first of all, we think that pre-notification letters sent to already recruited panelists will improve survey cooperation among panelists by reestablishing that contact and engagement, given that the only way they could go and respond to a panel would be online through calling us, as well as through going into the portal. And once in a while, we also send them texts. So we want to introduce an additional contact mode in order to reestablish that engagement. Also, inclusion of monetary non-contingent incentive, we hypothesize that it helps renew social trust and will result in higher survey cooperation rates than pre-notification letters alone. We also tested various versions of this pre-notification letters, and I'm going to discuss these variations, but the least burdensome version, we hypothesize that will lead to higher cooperation rates. An improvement in survey cooperation will be much greater for low activity and intermittent respondents because they have lower cooperation rates in surveys. And we think that survey cooperation will be greater for these intermittent respondents who are also hard to reach panelists. So let's talk a little bit about this experiment. So we sampled about 4,000 of panelists for this field experiment, and we have conducted an experiment that included 7 treatment groups. One of the 7 is the control group, where the panelists or the household did not get any pre-notification letters. And then in addition to that, we have conducted a 2x3 experiment where we sent 3 different versions of the letters to the sample panelists, as well as we varied the non-contingent incentive and notification letters. So we either provided no monetary incentive or a $2 bill cash incentive. So we also examined which of these treatments work better for hard to recruit, hard to reach, and low cooperation segments, specifically from a non-response bias perspective. As we know, increasing response rates are not just not the only solution, and response rates are just the tip of the iceberg when we think about total survey error. So among these 3 different letters, the first treatment group was a generic letter, which directed panelists to our member portal and didn't necessarily specify the survey length and specific survey. And it just informed the panelists of an incoming email, but there were, again, no direct reference to this particular survey. Then the second treatment group for the letter was a detailed letter, what we call detailed, that informed panelists of that an email is going to come with an email subject line and survey ID for a particular study. And then lastly, our URL pre-notification letter provided a direct URL to our fielded survey. So let's look at the results. As you remember, the control group is the group, the random group that did not get a letter, accordingly did not get an incentive. So when we compare control group with the letter only and letter and incentive group, we see that sending advance mailing significantly improved survey cooperation rate. But addition of monetary pre-incentive did not really boost survey cooperation significantly. And that's because while the letter reminds them about the panel, we already established that social trust with our panelists during the initial recruitment. So this results show us that that social trust is still there, but so we don't necessarily need to again, recreate or the social trust. We just need to re-engage our panelists. And then we look at each of these treatment groups, 2x3 treatment groups separately. And what we see that generally the letter definitely has a big impact. And among these letters, we see that specifically the URL letter and detail URL letter with $2 do the best job when it comes to increasing incentives. So when we look at these letters, we don't really see a huge difference among when it comes to the $2 group with the detail letter and the URL letter. And when we look at the no incentive group among the generic letter and the URL letter. Then we looked at the survey completion by activity level. So we see the largest percentage point increases in survey cooperation rates from interventions specifically among low activity and intermittent panelists. While interventions among our very active or active panelists did not really resulted in a very different cooperation rate. This is mainly because the control group already has a high completion rate. So if a panelist is active or very active, they don't necessarily need these additional interventions to increase their response rates. Then we looked into the models predicting survey completion and controlling for other demographics. What we see, interestingly, was larger effects in survey completions were seen among young adults, especially when we use detailed letter with and without $2 incentive. So in general, sending a letter made a difference in completion rates among this group. Based on the models predicting survey completion and controlling for other demographics, the interventions result in small differences in survey cooperation among low-income panelists. And based on survey completion prediction models, the interventions result in, again, small differences in survey cooperation among non-Hispanic African-American panelists. Controlling for other demographic characteristics, that intervention results in no significant differences in survey cooperation among our Hispanic panelists. And same here, survey completion prediction models show that the interventions result in no significant differences in survey cooperation among panelists with less than high school degree panelists. So this is a small group in our field sample, so this may be due to this low sample size among this group in our models. So let's discuss what this means. One of the biggest advantages of the online and mostly online panels is its cost efficiency after recruitment, given that the subsequent survey interviews are conducted online or mostly online after recruitment. In the case of AmeriSpeak, it is mostly online and a small portion is through phone. Having said that, and that's based on panelist preference. So having said that, federal research definitely, as we discussed, requires high standards of data, for example, high response rates and low non-response bias. So when we tested various follow-up strategies, we found that letters are enough, as we need to remind panelists of surveys and keep them engaged, but there were no significant need to reestablish social trust with monitoring incentives. And among the 3 letter types, the direct URL that directly directed the panelists to the specific survey improved overall survey completion rates the most, as it makes the panelist's job easier and less burdensome, so they don't need to go and look at their email, or they don't need to go into their portal and remember their username and passcode. So this is also useful for helping to bring back those panelists that are less engaged, and it has beneficial cost implications. It's less expensive to bring back already recruited panelists than recruit new members. So since we just conducted these field experiments, we'll continue to research to see if the re-engagement efforts are sustained by tracking these panelists' activity over time to see how participation behavior changes. Lastly, I have a quick announcement from NORC. We recently launched a center called Center for Panel Survey Sciences. This center aims to research, examine, and develop best practices and innovative strategies on probability-based panel survey methodologies, as well as serve as a resource for researchers and other organizations. So we put together a panel of experts from across the industry with the aim of setting priorities for future research into the growing industry of panel survey sciences. So I also provided the link for the center, and you will be hearing more about the center at APOR if you are going to attend. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ipek. Our third presenter today is actually a co-presentation from Sarah Gibb and Christian Garcia, and they will be talking about 2020 non-response follow-up proxy procedures, successes, challenges, and future directions.
Thank you, Jessica. Good morning, everyone joining us, and thank you very much for your time today. My name is Christian Garcia. I am a program analyst for the U.S. Census Bureau. I am part of the in-field enumeration team under the Decennial Census Management Division. This team was responsible for the non-response follow-up operation, or NRFU, as it is more commonly referred to, during the 2020 census. I am joined today by another team member, Sarah Gibb. She is a survey statistician and was one of the leads for the NRFU operation during the 2020 census. Today, Sarah and I will be briefly talking about the NRFU operation and proxy procedures, some of the lessons learned, and also touching up on some of the ongoing research aimed at improving the quality of proxy provided data. Next slide, please. Here's a quick overview of our presentation today. First, we will be going over some quick background information on the operation and proxy procedures, as well as presenting some brief results gathered from the census. Next, we will go over some of the proxy research topics currently being carried out post-2020 census. And then finally, we'll talk about some of the next steps and vision for these proxy procedures as we look forward to the next decennial census in 2030. Next slide, please. So for NRFU, during the 2020 census, the public was invited to respond to the decennial census questionnaire by using different means such as mail or online. And essentially, the NRFU operation sought to enumerate households that did not respond to the questionnaire. We had field staff, who are also known as enumerators, going door to door to these non-responding addresses, looking to interview a member of each household in order to obtain the required information. There are two main goals that the NRFU operation looks to accomplish. These are, first, determining the housing unit status for those addresses that did not complete a census questionnaire, and secondly, enumerating the people living at housing units that were occupied on April 1st, 2020, which is also known as Census Day. The NRFU field operation was carried out using an automated enumeration application that was installed on mobile devices that the enumerators used. The automation of the process certainly allowed for more efficient case management, which in turn then improved enumerator efficiency in carrying out their work. Some additional benefits of the automation also include capturing and transferring of near real-time data, streamlining of work assignments and field procedures for enumerators, and also enhancing quality checks of the data collected. Next slide, please. And let's talk a little bit more now, more specifically about proxy procedures. So when a household member cannot be reached as part of the NRFU interview, enumerators are then prompted to find a proxy respondent who can assist in this process. Now, a proxy respondent is simply an individual who does not reside at the census address, but is familiar or knowledgeable about the inhabitants of that address on census day. And of course, the goal being that these proxy respondents could provide the collection data for that household that the enumerator is seeking as part of the interview process. Each NRFU case has a set number of personal contact days required before they could become eligible for proxy enumeration. And that was for a standard case after an unsuccessful personal visit on the third attempt day. Once this happened, then the enumerator was prompted by the application to find a proxy respondent to enumerate the household in lieu of one of its members. Some common types of proxy respondents in 2020 included landlords, neighbors, property managers, relatives, real estate agents, and the enumerators themselves. Also worth pointing out is that the enumeration application required those eligible cases to receive up to 3 proxy attempts each day that the enumerator went out to the census address for an interview. So it's kind of a checkpoint then to be able to move on to the next case. Next slide, please. Moving on now to some quick lessons learned from the 2020 operation and from the field debriefing report. One major concern that the operation had was the fact that procedures which established if and when enumerators were allowed to act as a proxy were not clear enough. This lack of clarity really caused some confusion amongst enumerators as to who could serve as proxy respondents. And certainly additional guidance of when to do so would have been beneficial. Another issue encountered was the limitation in the enumeration application where it required the enumerator to attempt at least 3 proxy responses for those eligible households before they can move on to the work on the next case, as mentioned previously. Now, this limitation resulted in certain situations where the enumerators, again, could move on to work on subsequent cases whenever they had difficulty finding a suitable proxy for the interview. This, for example, was very common in rural and remote areas where proxies were hard to find. Finally, another challenge encountered was instances where proxy respondents were found, but they had limited knowledge of the households and could not provide the required information, or were just not willing to participate in the interview, which happened frequently. As we will hear from Sarah now, all these challenges feed into those research topics that the team is currently exploring to improve the operation and reduce respondent burden. So, Sarah, please.
Thanks, Christian. Give me just a moment here to turn on my video from the share screen. Okay, that did the trick there. Okay, thanks again, Christian. So now I will share some quantitative results on the quality and completeness of the 2020 NRFU proxy interviews. The data in this table that I'm showing right now are item non-response rates from the 2020 Census data quality operational metrics, and they were released in 2021. There's also a link on this slide under the table to the full table from that release if you want to see more details about the item non-response rates. Item non-response occurs when a respondent does not provide an answer for an interview question in a survey. It is one measure of data completeness, which may be used to assess the overall quality of the data provided by respondents. Looking at the NRFU proxy item non-response rates in the orange column on this table, proxy respondents often provided the population count for the household, but not the demographic information for the household members, such as their age or date of birth, Hispanic origin, or race. Now, of those demographics, NRFU proxies struggle the most with providing age or date of birth for the household members. Nearly 61% of the proxy responses were missing one or both of these pieces of data. By comparison, age or date of birth were rarely missing from the administrative records used for NRFU enumerations. The key takeaway here is that item non-response rates are one measure of data quality, and when we evaluate the item non-response rates from 2020 NRFU proxy interviews, we see some real shortcomings with the demographic details that proxy respondents were able to provide compared to the data available for those households within administrative records. All of these results from the 2020 NRFU lessons learned, the debriefings with field staff that Christian referred to, and the data quality metrics led us to ask, how can we improve the quality of proxy data while also trying to limit respondent burden for future field housing unit enumeration? The objectives of this project are to identify the strengths and weaknesses of the 2020 proxy contact strategy, to compare the quality and completeness of 2020 NRFU data collected from proxies to administrative record data, to explore improvements to proxy procedures with an eye toward enhancing quality, and to use the results of this research to recommend revised proxy procedures to test in the field and implement for the 2030 census. There are 4 main research topics that the team is currently exploring. The first topic is revising the enumeration application workflow for proxy eligible cases. The goal of this change would be to add efficiency and flexibility to the timing of proxy attempts. In the 2020 NERFU operation, the enumeration application prompted enumerators to start making proxy attempts as soon as a case matched the eligibility criteria. In the future, we are considering allowing the enumerator to use more discretion in when to make those attempts with proxy respondents relative to their other work assignments for the day. Another area of interest has to do with reviewing and potentially revising the 2020 field procedures and quality checks for when an enumerator is the proxy respondent. In 2020, the enumerator could be the proxy respondent for a case that they had if they had personal knowledge of the household. In the future, we want to provide more guidance about when this capability should be used and not used, and overall enhance the quality checks around it to ensure that it's being used appropriately. The third topic here involves investigating the optimal number of proxy attempts in different situations. For example, if an enumerator is in a remote area where few proxies are available, the enumeration application could reduce the required number of proxy attempts, instead of requiring up to 3 attempts with different proxy respondents, as it did in 2020. And the final research topic is optimizing the interview content and flow for proxy respondents. This might mean tailoring the proxy interview to the information that the respondent is able to provide about a household. For instance, if the proxy respondent can't provide age or date of birth for the household members, the enumeration application might skip over those interview questions. So we've talked a little about the 2020 NERFU proxy results and some of our areas of research, but what comes next? Well, we will continue exploring and refining improvements to the proxy procedures for future NERFU operations and field housing unit enumeration more broadly. Those proxy improvements will eventually be translated into requirements for updates to the automated enumeration application. We will then plan for future testing of the new proxy procedures and revisions to the enumeration application. So that concludes our presentation today. I know we're waiting for questions and comments at the end, but I also put our contact information here if you wanted to reach out. Thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Christian and Sarah. Our 4th presentation today will be from Alana Rejkovic on making the most of priority reminder mailings.
Thank you. And I will go ahead and share my screen. Right. So I am Alana Rejkovic, as Jessica mentioned, and I am presenting on priority reminder mailings today. Reminder letters are incredibly common in survey research, and for good reason, as they prompt and encourage response in those who have been previously unresponsive. They can take on many shapes, but this presentation will focus on a physical letter sent as part of a multi-mode study. The visual on this slide shows generally when reminder mailings were sent on the path to our ultimate goal of completing interviews. This presentation is based on data collected in the Medicare Current Beneficiary Survey, or the MCBS, which serves as the leading source of information on the Medicare program and its impact on beneficiaries. The MCBS is a continuous, multi-purpose survey that was conducted in person until March 2020, when we abruptly transitioned to phone data collection in response to the pandemic. It is now multi-mode, with contacting and data collection occurring by phone and in person. It uses a round-based rotating panel design to collect data for beneficiaries at 3 points per year over 4 years. New samples are drawn from the Medicare enrollment database and are added to the survey each fall, and recruiting those new samples are the focus of our presentation today. In fall 2021, we did an experiment on the MCBS to compare final interview completion rates of 3 groups. One who got a FedEx reminder letter, one who got a USPS postcard reminder, and then a control group that got no mailing. We found that the FedEx reminder letter was the most effective in terms of completing interviews. We also ended up looking at the timing of the mailing, as the control group was mailed the FedEx reminder letter about 2 months after the initial FedEx group. We found both groups had similar completion rates at the end of data collection, suggesting the timing of that reminder letter might be flexible. We sent all of our fall 2021 reminder mailings at once and saw an unwieldy spike in inbound calls to our toll-free Respondent hotline. So we deduced that splitting into batches may be helpful in terms of the timeliness of interviewer follow-up and also our ability to respond to inbound calls as a result of the mailing. This map is a mock-up of what our reminder mailings in this area looked like in fall 2021, where all mailings were sent at once, with each dot representing a mailing sent. These mailings are only able to translate to completed interviews in most cases when there is a consistent and timely interviewer follow-up, particularly as our survey is not self-administered. Our experiment in 2021 helped us uncover a few of the challenges the MCBS faces related to efficient follow-up after these reminder mailings, including the fact that it's a large study and we're sending about 8,000 or over 8,000 mailings across the country to be worked by over 100 field interviewers. Additionally, we have individual interviewers managing their own caseloads, rather than a pool of cases being managed by phone interviewers where the system will prioritize for them. As a result, efficiency in outreach is crucial, and this is where we got the idea to use a geographic mailing approach to proactively improve efficiency. This presentation will cover the geographic clustering methodology used in fall 2022, which sought to increase the efficiency of this reminder mailing. These findings may be used across survey types to optimize the usefulness of these reminder type mailings. I'll highlight the methodological choices we made when planning this mailing next. We focused our reminder mailings on our newly sampled beneficiary, in this case those sampled in 2022, who had not yet completed an interview with one of our field interviewers. We excluded a few groups from the mailing, including notably those with an upcoming future appointment, as they were likely to complete, and those without a physical address we couldn't locate, as FedEx cannot deliver to PO boxes. We chose to send these letters beginning in week 15 of a 24-week period of data collection. This was informed by that previous experiment in 2021 that showed nearly identical completion rates for cases sent a reminder mailing after week 6 as those sent after week 14. Additionally, rather than sending all mailings at once, these were split into 2 batches shipped 1 week apart. We knew we wanted to group these reminder mailings geographically across batches, rather than being randomly assigned, with the ultimate goal of increasing efficient follow-up and more completed interviews. This geographic clustering would need to be done by the home location of the interviewer assigned and the address of each mailing. We first used the dbScan clustering method from the GeoDa software package. This resulted in unbalanced batch sizes and 10 or more batches for some interviewers, which just wasn't operationally feasible. We then limited to 2 batches operationally and used geographic k-means clustering with a few customizations. And here I'll walk through some of those customizations in our approach. First, spatial outliers were removed. Without removing these, one batch often consisted of a single faraway address. The k-means function, which comes from the R stats library, was then used on those non-outliers to group into 2 batches. K-means is a centroid-based clustering algorithm where we calculate the distance between each data point and a centroid to assign it to a cluster. Outlier addresses were then assigned to the batch of the nearest batch point by performing a spatial join using the stNearest feature function from the SFR library. The phrase spatial join just means a method of linking 2 data sets based on their location. And then finally, we set the minimum batch size to assist in trip efficiency and focus follow-up. A map was generated for each interviewer, as well as national maps for managers to visualize mailings sent across batches. This is an example map of mailings in New Mexico created using the leaflet library in R. That blue pin icon represents an interviewer location. The purple circles represent batch 1 mailings, and the orange circles represent batch 2 mailings. These maps were interactive, so clicking on any of the icons would show the unique case ID and address associated with a particular mailing. This map shows visually how we were able to wrangle a geographically clustered approach to this mailing to maximize efficiency in outreach, in particular in-person outreach. This is an especially tidy example, but you can see here how the batches conveniently allow the interviewer to target follow-up visits in batch 1 and then in batch 2. Now I'll highlight some of our findings. Of those mailed a reminder letter who received at least one interviewer contact attempt after that mailing, 21% went on to complete an interview, which is a pretty good number in my book, considering these beneficiaries had been previously unresponsive for over 2 months. The figure on this slide further illustrates that point. The number of incoming panel sample interviews completed each week are charted over the 24-week data collection period. You can see a bump in completes beginning in week 15, which coincides with the first batch of priority reminder mailings arriving. We then looked at interviewer follow-up efficiency, as our entire methodological approach was in service of improving efficiency to complete more interviews. First, we looked at interview completion rate by interviewer follow-up timing. You can see here the highest proportion of completed interviews occurred when the interviewer made follow-up with the beneficiary within 3 days of the arrival of that priority reminder mailing. Finally, we looked at interview completion rates by the mode of interviewer follow-up contact. Again, we were really banking on those in-person visits being important, and that's why we were trying to make them more efficient. And we did find those with at least one in-person contact attempt were more likely to go on to complete an interview. We took what we learned in 2021 and continued to work to maximize efficiency in interviewer outreach, where both timing and mode of outreach matter. We also wanted to hear directly from our interviewers to capture their qualitative feedback on this approach. The first points we heard most often was that our batch sizes were still too large for timely follow-up. On average, interviewers had about 26 mailings per batch, and they were responsible for following up on each of those. But this varied widely by how prolific each interviewer was. As other interviews with our continuing panel cases were occurring concurrently, this was still a pretty big ask. As a result, we didn't see the efficiency gains we might have expected, but certainly 2 batches were better than the 1 that we saw in the previous year. The second point we heard related to the maps we provided. The map example showed previously was well received, but there were unexpected technical hurdles to share and use those maps due to the security required on interviewer laptops to protect data collected, as well as a gap in technical skills to fully maximize the use of the maps. Additional training focused on the maps as a tool would be ideal in future use. We, of course, have some limitations, the chief one being that this was not a designed experiment, so our findings focus on descriptive analysis. As for next steps, we'll continue to use geographically clustered reminder mailings with a few additional improvements as we strive to further maximize efficient outreach. We plan to focus on smaller batches of FedEx reminder mailings and enhance interviewer training on the approach in 2023 and beyond. We found responsive reminder mailing design truly matters. Reminder mailings may be an obvious choice, but thoughtful consideration around the methodology used to send those mailings can maximize their impact. Thank you for listening. That is it for me today. So let me go ahead and stop sharing.
Thank you, Alana. We have one more presentation before we go to Q&A. And last but not least, we'll be hearing from Ting Yan, who will be presenting on More is More, the impact of doubling incentive on food reporting.
Oh, sorry, one more time. Okay, can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Jessica. Again, I am Tingyan from Wested. Today I'll be talking about an incentive experiment we did for food apps. Let me acknowledge my co-authors at Wested and ERS first. Okay, and then also the disclaimer, the findings and conclusions in this presentation are those of the authors and do not represent official USDA or US government determination or policy. So I want to take a step back and talk before I talk about incentive experiment. As I said, this incentive experiment is part of a food apps study. Food apps collects food data that are important for policymakers and researchers. And literature has shown that collection of food data based on recall is really challenging. People just may not remember what they got and how much they paid for the food, and people do not know the nutrition value, and they do not pay attention to the size amount of food obtained or eaten. So typically a food diary is provided to people so that the idea there is they can record food obtained as they get them. The diary is supposed to fix recall error. However, in food apps and also in other diary studies, there is this trend of underreporting throughout the reporting period. In food apps, we ask people to record all the food or drinks they obtained for a week, 7 days. So, more people will start doing it. But then as they progress into the food week, fewer people will be reporting, and, people will be reporting fewer food events and items. This chart used the first national study of food apps, and then also another pilot study, and then plus the number of food events reported throughout the data collection week. And then again, this chart demonstrates that there's underreporting of food events as people progress into the food data collection week. So given this, we were wondering, can we offer more money to stop the trend of underreporting? And that's the rationale behind this incentive experiment. For the control condition, we offer everybody $5 for each food log day, each food day they complete the diary on. And that amounts to a total of $35 for each person throughout this 7-day food log week. And for the experimental condition, again, we're offering $5 per person for the first 3 days they complete their diary on. And then we double the amount of incentive for the rest of the days. So if they completed all 7 days, they will get a total of $55 per person. So the difference between this control and experimental condition is really $20 for each person in the household. And for the experimental condition, the idea there is really just, if you complete more days, you get larger incentive, more incentive. That's we were hoping that this would appeal to people so that they would complete more days instead of fewer days. And then we are also hoping that this experimental condition will appeal more to the larger households, because if you have 4 people in the household, you get $80, versus if you have only 2 people, that's only $40. So we have 3 research questions to address in this talk. Basically, we want to ask ourselves, did doubling incentive affect people's participation? And by participation, we really mean, their daily completion of the food diary. The second research question is about, the report of food events and items. So we ask ourselves, did doubling incentive increase people's report of food events and items? And the third research question dealt with the large household and small households. We want to know if the incentive experiment basically affect those 2 types of households differentially. So the Food apps field test was conducted from May to November 2022. We recruited 476 households in person in 12 PSUs. The randomization was implemented at a household level. So basically everybody within one household got the same treatment. 235 households were randomized into the control condition, and that translates to 652 participants. The experimental condition had 241 households and 671 participants. And participants are, like I mentioned, were asked to report foods or drink acquired for a duration of 7 days. They can either use an app diary, what we will call food logger, or a web-based diary. Okay, so let me show the results here. This chart basically shows the food diary completion for each day by incentive condition. The blue line is the control condition, and the right line is the experimental condition. So it's pretty apparent that, you know, the daily food diary completion did not really differ by incentive condition. The two lines are more or less overlapping. And there's downward trend, unfortunately, for both the control condition and the experimental condition. So basically doubling the incentive didn't stop the downward trend, unfortunately. And this chart shows the number of food events and food items reported. Again, the blue lines are the control condition and the red lines are for the experimental condition. The solid lines here at the bottom of the chart are for the number of food events reported. So basically, again, for most of the days, there's no difference in terms of number of food events reported by participants in the control condition and the experimental condition. You can see I have a star here for day 2. This difference of 0.2 events is actually statistically significant at 0.05 level. It is statistically significant, but you know the difference is kind of minor. And for the food items, the dashed lines, again, you can see the right line is for the experimental condition. They did elicit a little bit higher number of food items across the week, but then again, none of the differences are statistically significant. And then also there's still a downward trend, unfortunately. So again, the doubling incentive didn't stop the downward trend of food items reporting. This chart looks at the daily food diary completion by for each day, and by incentive condition, and then by household size. And by large households, we mean households has with 4 or more participants, and they're the dashed lines. And then the solid lines are small households, but you know they're all overlapping, and then there's still a downward trend. So basically, doubling the incentive manipulation didn't work differently for large households than for small households. And this chart here plots the number of food events on each day by incentive type by household size. Again, the dashed lines are for the large households, and the solid lines are for small households. So for the large households, the experimental condition seems to increase the number of food events reported, but none of these are statistically significant. So again, impact of incentive didn't differ by household size. And this is for the number of food items. The dashed lines are for the large households. And then again, the same picture, experimental conditions seem to increase the reporting of food items for large households, but none of these are significantly different. So overall, doubling the daily incentive upon completing 3 days of log had no impact on daily food diary completion, number of food events, number of food items reported, and it didn't work wonders for large households as I would like to see. So now the $1 million question, why didn't it work? We speculated that people may not know how incentive worked. Food apps is a very complex study. It has many components, and the food diary is simply one component. And we provided incentive for the other aspects. So we were wondering, maybe people just were lost, or they were only focusing on the overall amount without paying attention to, what they earned for each day. And the other speculation is that the increase of $20 may not be big enough to change behavior. So we called back a few participants to basically ask them, what do you know about this incentive scheme for the food diary portion? And most people didn't really seem to know, or they had only a partial understanding. They were saying something like, I would get this dollar amount. So that seems to confirm our speculation, at least partially confirm our speculation. But we also learned that 6 out of 9 participants in the experimental condition and 3 out of 10 participants in the control condition, they didn't even bother to check in their app how much they had accumulated. So both the app diary and the web diary, there's a way that you can actually see how much you earned. But these people simply didn't bother to know how much they have earned. And then also 3 participants in the experimental condition and 1 in the control condition said they didn't do it for the food log. They didn't do the food diary for money. So basically the incentive experiment, didn't really achieve the economical exchange. That part didn't work for people. So maybe we should find a better ways to communicate to people, how the incentive work. And then also the message should focusing on invoking social exchange instead of economic exchange. And we also think that interviewers differed in what they said and how much they said, and most importantly, how they said about the incentive when they try to recruit people into this study and into doing the food diary. And we look into this interviewer effect through within interviewer correlation. So as you can see here, the interviewer effect ranges between 15% to 18% for daily food log completion, daily diary completion. So there seems to suggesting that, there is some differences. Interviewers do differ in what they say and how they say. So the future research, for future research, we can identify interviewers who are most successful in getting people to complete the food diary for 7 days and to report food events and items during the data collection week. And we should definitely, come up with better training for interviewers to improve and standardize their performance. That's all I have. If you have any questions, I'm happy. You can send it to me or we can talk about it now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ting. I will ask all of the presenters to come back on video for the Q&A session, and we have almost 20 minutes for that. Just a reminder that you can raise your hand and we'll get you unmuted, or you can write your question in the chat. And while we're waiting for people to type and formulate their questions, I'll ask a couple. The first I'll ask for Ting, since that's fresh in my mind. I was wondering if you saw any differences in the conditions by the way in which participants chose to log their food. I'm wondering if maybe one method was more burdensome than the other, and also relatedly, if you had any kind of sense of burden from indirect or direct measures respondents.
So the majority of the people did the diary through the app. There's only a handful, people who did it on the web. So there's really no mode differences. In terms of a burden, that's a very good question. I haven't got a chance to dive into that. That's a very good question.
Thanks, Ting. Don't think I see any questions yet. Maybe we're going too quickly, so I'll keep going since I get to as the moderator. Cindy, I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about whether you saw any device differences in your EQ. I know that you mentioned looking into apps for some of your surveys, but if you did look into device differences between what people were experiencing between laptops and desktops and mobile devices, what kinds of things did you see?
Well, we make sure that you know, the EQ is can be seen like pretty well on all types of devices. For surveys in general, we don't necessarily do that type of analysis. I know in the last census that was studied a lot, and one thing that we saw is it happened from time to time, you know, when they started on a smartphone, for example, that they would go on a bigger screen after a certain time, especially for those who had the long form questionnaire. But in general, like, they would remain on the same device, and we don't necessarily see any big difference, like if that's what you meant, like if they stop after a certain time, or that's not something we really observed, at least in the last census. But for surveys, like, it's not something we study. We have so many surveys going on. We don't look at this type of detail pretty often. It would be more like sometimes when they're very long questionnaires, we would try to see where they stop. But it doesn't necessarily change by device. But that's a good question. Maybe it would be a good research project for us. But yeah, no, definitely on the census, because it's so big. It's been looked at, but for the surveys, not as much.
Makes sense. Thank you. All right, I see a question from Daniel in the chat, also for Cindy. It says, thanks for the interesting presentation. I was wondering about your take on CAWI, which I think is web, as a mode for your LFS. You mentioned you've moved back to CAPI in autumn 2022. That means you do not see CAWI fit as a main mode, likely due to low response rates. Are there plans to push self-administered modes such as CAWI in the future, or did you decide that the LFS requires the help of interviewers?
Yeah, so for LFS, what we do is usually for the first month, we still have the use of an interviewer. Like, it's either CARI or CAPI, depending on the contact information that we have. And there's been tests in the past, especially during the pandemic, with starting in EQ, and it was not very well received. Like, the results were not as promising as we would hope for. So for the first month, we still have an interviewer, but then we ask the respondents if they wish to respond by EQ or using telephone, like for the following months. And if they wish to respond by on the web, like by the internet, we ask them for their email address, and then they get contacted by email first. After 5 days, if they haven't answered yet, we go back to CARI for these cases. So it's a mode that is offered even for the LFS, but starting on the second month.
Thanks, Cindy. And don't know if you have any follow-up, feel free to raise your hand or put in the chat. While we're waiting for other questions, Alana, I was wondering if you had any insight into kind of at what point, if any, sending mailings and batches might become operationally complex, kind of at that low level of geography. I can imagine that once you kind of multiply that by all the geographic areas that you're in and how many interviewers you have, is there a point at which you think there might be kind of diminishing returns for the effort, or do you think it's something that still is worth continuing to consider?
Yeah, I appreciate that question. And I think, frankly, our print vendor probably also appreciates that question, because they're the person, the people that are having to organize all of those mailings into the batches and going through the hoops we throw them. We did run into that, and that is essentially what we found when we initially started to discuss this idea of geographic batching. The folks we worked with felt confident that we would end up using GeoDa as the way to do that. But to your point, it became unwieldy because we were looking at 10 or more batches per interviewer multiplied by 100 or 200 interviewers. That's just like not possible. The amount of time it would take is more than a full-time job. I don't have an answer in terms of where the sweet spot is, though. Clearly, just mailing, over 8,000 mailings at once isn't helpful. And then clearly breaking that up into 100 different mailings probably isn't helpful either. And so that's something that we're really hoping to explore in 2023 and beyond. So look forward to maybe another presentation by me or my colleagues next year about that.
Thanks. My next question is for Sarah and Christian. So on the slide where you showed how most people were willing to give a number of people in the household when they were serving as proxy, but that a lot of demographic information was missing, you had age and date of birth grouped together, which I know Census kind of asked those together, but I would guess that probably if you looked at them separately, you might have more people willing to guess an approximate age than to guess an approximate date of birth for someone when they're a proxy. So I was wondering if you had looked at them separately, and then also if you could talk a little bit about kind of what enumerators are told in terms of kind of nudging people if a proxy says, I have no idea, I really don't want to guess. Do they receive specific training to tell them to give a best estimate, or how does that work?
Yeah, thanks for that question. So yeah, that's a good point about the age and date of birth being grouped together. That it was grouped that way in the data quality metrics, the table that was released in 2021. I know that team has also released a full report where I haven't read through the entire thing, but it would be interesting to see if they did separate them out, because I imagine it is different. And I know in 2020 non-response follow-up, as far as how the enumerators were trained with the proxy respondents, they allow the proxy respondents to estimate an age. So they might probe if the proxy led with, I'm not sure of an age, maybe 10 and 20, people tend to sort of round off their age guesses. So we know that happened in 2020, and that leads us to recommend maybe not having them do that in the future, because it doesn't lead to the best quality age data that we're getting. So the training might be, really don't probe. If they don't know the age, don't have them estimate it. We'll just record it as a don't know and move on from there. So yeah, hopefully that answered your question.
Yeah, that's interesting to think about, the kind of getting the ballpark that may or may not be close to the truth versus nothing at all, and kind of what you want at the end of the day. So thanks for that response. Ting, go ahead.
Can I ask a follow-up question? So I understand that, asking people to underestimate age is probably not helpful, but I think people are pretty good at saying, this person is over 18 or, over 60 or something like that. Has Census thought about, like asking people to basically give them a range for them to pick an age range, meaningful age range to the census, instead of just guessing on the age in terms of number of years?
Yeah, that's an interesting idea. We do have some different teams who are working on things related to this, looking at, how we frame the questions. Is it worth framing it differently? As I mentioned, for one of our project's ideas, we're thinking about how can we structure the proxy interview differently to try to get the best data from them. So that might include, reframing the age question in a way that might make more sense for a proxy as opposed to someone in the household. But yeah, that's an interesting point, and something that we'll have to consider if that, inherently in the end, what gets us the best age data.
Ipek, go ahead.
And I think in addition to that, maybe comparing that to the imputed data as well could be a good idea. So you have, different ranges, different types of asking this question, as well as the imputed data, and comparing all these three. I guess the challenge is you don't necessarily have that benchmark data to compare against, but still, I think it might be good to compare those different techniques.
My last question is for Ipek, so don't go on mute too quickly. I was wondering if you could just talk a little bit about whether you have any thoughts about kind of where you want to go next with incentives research in this panel.
Sure. And just incentives or generally the interventions that we do for
both would be great.
Yeah, so sure. One of the biggest selling points of these multi-client online or mostly online panels is, as I mentioned, is their cost efficiency. So I think we still need to pick that sweet spot as we are doing these interventions. And I think my guess is that we are implementing these interventions, but I think throughout time, the impact might diminish. So we are expecting that either we are going to keep doing different interventions and using different modes. But one of the things that we have found is some interventions do not work, and it's very theory-based. So the incentives, this cash incentive, non-contingent cash incentive was really not impactful. So since we know that, we are not going to be wasting our money. We have found that a different mode of contact is very impactful. We are going to, we started with letter for the web panelists. We may move to phone once we see the letter effectiveness declines. Then we may need to switch to text. So our plan B is definitely switching interventions and varying interventions over time. And number two, I think the recruitment is also a big part of this, where we do annual recruitment, but during that annual recruitment, that's when we also fill in the holes that is caused by attrition. So those are the way we are going to be increasing hopefully the response rates, but most importantly, decreasing that non-response bias.
Go ahead, Ting.
Ipek, just a question. So for the inactive panelists, they haven't done anything for the last 6 months. How long do you keep them in your panel? Do you rotate them out and have a replenishment?
That's a very good question, Ting. We keep them indefinitely. So we do not retire panelists. Right now, Amir Speak is 8 years old, and we keep these panelists unless we receive a hard refusal, or unless their data quality is really low. But otherwise, we do not retire them. And that's mainly due to that cumulative response rate that we provide, and then that initial response rate that we provide. So we take into account these inactive panelists in our initial recruitment rates, as well as our cumulative response rate for our studies.
I don't see anything else in the chat. I don't see any hands either, so maybe we'll just give folks a few seconds to squeeze in any last minute questions. I know it's almost lunchtime, so that usually means that people are ready to take a little bit of a break. But thank you so much to all of our panelists. Go ahead, Ipek.
Sorry, since we have 4 minutes, I figured out we'll talk a little bit more. And just to follow up on Ting's questions more, why we do not retire panelists. It's because of the possibility to bring them back to the panel, because these are the folks that are most valuable, that are harder to reach, that are harder to recruit, that are most expensive to recruit. So those are very valuable panelists, and that's why we do these interventions. And there's definitely a consistent and constant effort to bring them back. And of course, there are some portions that we will never be able to bring back, but what we have found in our research is that they just need a little bit nudging at times. And over time, they sometimes change their minds too. So.
Thank you. Well, I think we will end the session here. Thank you so much to all of our presenters and to all of you for attending. There is a break in the schedule now until 1:15, and then there will be some more sessions this afternoon, and hope to see you there. Thanks so much again. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, everyone, good afternoon and welcome. I'm Ariana Welsh, and I'll be your moderator for this session in data management. A few housekeeping items first. At this time, all attendees are in a listen-only mode. The session is being recorded and will be posted publicly. If you have any objections, you may disconnect at this time. Second, questions will be saved at the end of the session for the Q&A period. You may submit a written question through the chat feature, which is at the bottom center or the right side of your WebEx screen. You may also submit your question orally. To do so, raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon, which should be at the bottom of the screen, at which time I will call on you and the host will let you unmute yourself. If you encounter any technical issues during the session, try exiting the session and rejoining using the WebEx browser version. If technical issues persist, contact FedCASIC at census.gov, which I will put in the chat for you in a moment. Today, we will have this session past its end time, so if the Q&A runs after 2:45, then you may stay to listen to questions, or if you have any, you can ask them yourselves. So our first presenters today are Benjamin Feeder and Jonathan Mills. Benjamin Feeder is a research statistician at the Coleridge Initiative, where he works on delivering and managing training programs and performs reviews to ensure requested statistical outputs satisfy agency disclosure protocols. John Mills is a research scientist with the Coleridge Initiative. He works with federal and state agencies on managing researcher access to their restricted use data. So Ben and John, if you'd like to go ahead and share the screen.
Can everyone can see my screen?
Yep.
Awesome.
Yeah, great. Thanks, everybody. Again, my name is John Mills. I'm a research scientist with the Coleridge Initiative, and Ben and I are here to present on technological solutions for building communities of practice around the use of restricted use data for the public good. So federal restricted use data has long held tremendous potential for the research community, as we're all aware. Organizations are working with federal agencies to create secure computing environments for researchers and agency personnel to better leverage data to inform public policy. Cloud-based environments offer both security and flexibility for researchers to conduct their work. However, we feel that more work is required to ensure that these environments don't simply replicate cold computing. In this talk, we're going to be discussing some efforts that we're undertaking to build collaborative communities around the use of restricted use surveys. And I'll turn over to Ben for a second.
Thanks, John. So first, I'm just going to start by sort of laying the groundwork for everything that we will be discussing for the rest of the presentation. And it really starts with the Foundations for Evidence-Based Policymaking Act of 2018. Effectively, I don't know if you all can see the screen grab there on the slide, but basically 3 things: strengthening data privacy protections, improving secure data access, and enhancing evidence capacity. So just simply make data safer, more secure, and more useful. So here we'll be talking about how we can make the data more useful through community building, but of course that can't happen without the first 2 parts: tightening security and strengthening privacy. And this was largely the space where the Coleridge Initiative was founded. You can see our mission is to work with agencies to ensure that data are more effectively used for evidence-based decision-making. Initially, we were tasked with building a secure data facility to address the access and privacy stipulations from the Evidence Act. And our work has really evolved into 3 main business lines. Of course, the secure platform has not gone anywhere, and it is the center of everything that we do. We call it the ADRF. You'll hear a bit more about it in the next few slides. It allows us to host restricted access data. Then we also, in terms of that third part of making data more useful, we've developed applied data analytics training programs for government agency staff and academic researchers. And finally, our researcher enclaves, which we'll be talking about in a few slides. So just briefly, again, if we were to visualize really what the Evidence Act is calling for, and I know that this is a simple visualization. So this is our risk utility trade-off or privacy utility trade-off curve. So on our x-axis here, we've got utility of the analysis, y-axis, risk of disclosure, and here this horizontal line, if you all can see, is maximal acceptable risk. Effectively, what the Evidence Act called for was how can we shift this curve, this original trade-off rightward? So effectively going from point A to point B under the same level of risk, but really shifting the entire curve rightward here. So what this means in practice is, of course, enhancing privacy protocols, ensuring secure access, and enabling the right people to access the data specifically to generate public policy and program-related insights. And so where does the ADRF fit into all of this? Really, those first two parts, again, secure, this secure access and data security. So ADRF stands for Administrative Data Research Facility. It's a remote, cloud-based secure computing environment. And I was actually just going through the attendees on this call, and it was nice to see a few people that actually do access the ADRF on a regular basis. But it was established by the Census Bureau. We received some funding from OMB to develop the ADRF back in 2017, 2018. And really a key point about the ADRF is that while our organization, the Courage Initiative, controls and maintains the backend of the ADRF, we're really facilitators. We call ourselves facilitators because the data providers still have control over their data. We merely just flip switches and follow what they ask us to do. The ADRF has evolved into a true facility now where we house over 400 confidential government data sets from from 50 different agencies at all levels of government. And of course, we'll be focusing on some of our restricted access surveys from a particular federal government agency. The ADRF is governed by a framework that we believe shifts that privacy utility curve rightward, or effectively in a positive direction, making access safer, improving the security protocols while expanding the potential for more utility. Framework is governed by, again, 5 safes. So that's safe projects, safe people, safe settings, safe data, and safe exports. Safe projects, what we mean by safe projects, and we sent out these slides as well, so they'll be available afterwards. Safe projects, basically data stewards, again, are overseeing and owning the data. They are the ones who approve specific use cases. We cannot create projects without their explicit approval. By safe people, the data stewards and our data owners also are approving these users for each of these projects. The users also typically need to sign some sort of agreement acknowledging that they're accessing some restricted use data, and also complete a security training model around using the ADRF environment and just using restricted access data. By safe settings, we have project isolation. John will be talking about that in a bit and how it relates to NCES, to the NCES environment in particular. The ADRF is FedRAMP authorized, and FedRAMP we're at the moderate level. By FedRAMP, it's a set of security procedures that are federally mandated for the certification, and it's renewed every single year. By safe data, we rarely have PII, or personal identifiable information, inside the ADRF. It's traditionally hashed. So instead of seeing something like a social security number, you would see a 64-character code that is unintelligible. But we have common ways to link data across different sources so that those hashed values can line up. And then finally, safe exports. No data can get out of the ADRF without going through disclosure review to satisfy cell size restrictions and secondary disclosure rules, which are all enacted by our data providers and data stewards. So that was a little bit of context about Coleridge and the secure environment that allows for this researcher enclave. Now I'll kick it over to John, probably for more of the fun stuff to discuss the specifics of our engagement with NCES.
Yes, now we'll focus on a specific use case, the NCES Remote Access Researcher Enclave. Historically, NCES has offered access to their restricted use surveys to licensed individuals with on-premises facilities. So individuals have to apply for a restricted use data license or an RUDL. That outlines certain security protocols, one of which is that the data have to be stored on an air-gapped computer, something that isn't and can't be connected to the internet. The computer must reside in a designated room that's only accessible by lock and key by the approved RUDL users. Data access is provisioned to users for specific projects. Users have to complete CIPC training and sign non-disclosure agreements that bring with it heavy consequences for violation. Once approved, data are physically sent to the office, that cold room, by mail, and they're delivered on CDs, where the users get instructions in the CDs on how to unpack the data for use and prepare it. And the RUDL and offices are subject to random on-site visits, which typically occur at least once in a license period. So COVID changed things, as it did for many things. A large portion of the RUDL facilities are located on college campuses. And when those campuses shut down in response to COVID, hundreds of users effectively lost access to the data. So the work stopped. Prompted by this, Coleridge and NCS began working together to investigate the feasibility of providing remote access to the NCS RUD surveys. And in 2022, remote access was offered to all RUDLs as an alternative to the standard cold room environment. And my apologies, my dog is stressing out for whatever reason. The wonders of Zoom meetings. So the remote access enclave now includes over 300 restricted use data surveys from NCES. It includes NAEP, the beginning post-secondary students longitudinal study, et cetera. Unlike in the cold room environment, researchers don't have to unpack the data from raw files. The data have already been processed and are accessible as ready-to-go Stata DTA files. That's going to cut down on possible errors that could be generated through the unpacking process. And currently, the remote enclave includes 54 licenses that represent over 150 users. So we think this new environment includes several benefits. One is secure access. Individuals can only log into the ADRF through multi-factor authentication. Only NCS-approved users are given access, and usage can be tracked by NCS data stewards. It's readily accessible. The data are ready to use and accessible 24 hours a day. Teams can work remotely within the geographic confines of the US. And from an organizational perspective, the FedRAMP, this is a FedRAMP approved system. The FedRAMP approval and ongoing renewal process can help cut down on the costs associated with those on-site reviews. So for the next slide, please, Ben. We want to talk, as Ben mentioned, on workspace isolation, so how this works in practice. So researchers are accessing their data through isolated project workspaces. The ADRF has many features, but at its core is its permissioning structure. So researchers have read-write access to two spaces in the ADRF. It's the two bottom boxes. The RUDL's project workspace folder is the primary area in which the research group can conduct its work. So all members of an approved license have read-write privileges to this folder. That means that the teams can organize their work just as they would in a cold room. They can use their own preferred methods for workspace organization, code development, deriving data, documentation, sharing their work. It's just as if it's a folder on their own computer, but in this cloud environment. Users also have access to a personal folder that they can use, if they're trying to develop code before releasing it out to the broader group. But the key here is that only those individuals are able to interact with people on their license. And then there's the question of how the data is brought in. So that's represented by the top box, the agency data directory. Restricted use data are stored in a separate directory that's accessible in a read-only format to users. Access to these data are determined by NCS as the data owner, and it's outlined according to their own standard licensing process. So NCS is the key here. As the data owners, they determine what data can be available in the environment, who can access those data, and for what use cases. They ensure that the approved individuals meet the training requirements, so SIPC requirements, and they dictate the required disclosure protocols. Anything that's released is subject to NCES's rules. This is accomplished through ADRS permissioning structure, but all of this is occurring in a FedRAMP approved environment, which is undergoing annual security reviews. Now, for this talk, we're talking about community building. Next slide, please, Ben. So one of our goals here is to create collaborative networks around data use. And you might be saying, well, what do we mean by this? A few features come to mind here. So it's not just providing access to data, but we want to actually build a community around this. So one is thinking of community developed standards for use on common data assets. So many of NCS surveys include sample weights. However, there's usually less clarity available to users on the appropriate weight to use for a given context. In a cloud-based environment, we could create a central repository that would include guidance or even a common space that would allow users to ask questions and receive answers from their community on the data issues they face. Code sharing is another possible feature. So restricted use samples were built for specific research purposes. However, researchers are also leveraging their creativity to expand the use of these data to study new topics. Some of this work requires developing code to create new indices. The cohort graduation rate comes to mind. So in cold room environments, researchers who are looking to leverage indices that have been created by other research teams have to attempt to recreate those by replicating code based on general outlines that are provided in journal articles. That allows for the possibility of coding errors. In a cloud-based environment, we could create a common space for researchers to share that code, which would both expand on the use potential of the data, the surveys themselves, but also help promote the researcher developed index. So the key here is that technology alone doesn't create a community. And we're kind of thinking through what are the incentives for researchers to actually engage in that community, to share their code and to provide guidance, all in a secure way. We think that attribution plays a very important role here. Researchers should be recognized for the contributions to the code and for the work that they're doing to benefit the community. And there are tools available, version control tools, which can do just that. They can create digital records that demonstrate an individual's contribution to a coding effort. We're also thinking about how barriers to communication need to be reduced to minimize the effort required for individuals to contribute. We're looking into how this can be accomplished through secure restricted messenger portals. Also, thriving communities like RStack, Overflow, and Statalist can provide examples of how this can be accomplished. And then finally, an architecture is also required to maximize the potential to share expertise and contribute to the research community. So in the next slide, we'll talk about some work that we're doing to expand on that. So the project isolation model that I showed earlier dealt with, that fits NCS's security and use case or needs. Different data owners, however, might have different rules that could allow for some more flexibility. In this image, we're showing a work isolation model that allows for restricted sharing across approved projects. So in the isolated models, teams can't interact with one another. You can have teams that are accessing the same data, but the users are only interact with their own team members. In a shared project workspace isolation model that we're developing, data owners would allow groups of isolated projects to be linked through a shared workspace. So access would still be dictated by the data. So you could have, so in this case, suppose that you have two research groups with access to the same restricted data. So they've signed off on the same agreements, it's the same data. If the agency were to approve it, we could create implement the shared project isolation model in which users would have access to their standard folders that we talked about earlier, but also a shared workspace in which individuals from different research teams could share code, documentation, and other improved items to benefit the community. This can be viewed as a common room for people to come together in a secure fashion to share their work and knowledge. So again, this is all going to be determined though by the data owner. But in this setting, users would be able to contribute to a broader knowledge base through their shared workspace while also having access to their own secure project workspace to conduct their work.
We have 1 minute left.
Oh, great, thanks. Perfect, because we have the conclusion slide. So in conclusion, cold rooms have allowed access to restricted use data, but that access comes with restrictions. Cloud architecture can be used to expand on access and security. Our work is required to ensure that these solutions aren't simply replicating the cold room environment. With NCS, we're demonstrating how teams can now interact remotely, or team members can interact remotely. But we're also looking into how technology can be used to build communities with the within that cloud environment. The key here is to think about the incentive-facing researchers to actually contribute to the broader community. And most importantly, all of these systems would need to be developed jointly with data owners to ensure that their rules for access, use, and export or disclosure are incorporated in these systems. There's a lot of excitement around this, and we're happy to discuss more.
Okay, fantastic. And thank you for that presentation, Ben and John. Next, we have Bob Hinay. So Bob, whenever you're ready, if you could share your screen and turn on your video. Oh, and apologies. I'll introduce you real quick. Bob Hinay is a programmer and analyst at RTI. He has 15 years of experience in survey research, predominantly in programming surveys and utilities to support surveys. His experience extends across a variety of survey software, programming languages, and modes of administration. All right, you can go ahead now.
Thank you, Ariana, and hopefully you all are hearing me and see my screen just fine. Before I get cracking too much, I just want to take a quick moment to thank and acknowledge my co-authors, Matt Benson, Mike Price, and Rebecca Watkins, all over here at RTI as well. Without their contributions to the system I'm about to show you and this presentation, neither would have happened. So thank you guys so much. I'd like to start this by just asking a question of everyone here regarding the web survey projects that you have launched. However you distribute your survey, whether it's an ABS survey that you send a postcard out with something for them to type, or a link sent in an email, or a text message, or however you're doing it, when your respondents go to that link, what's the first thing they see? Are they landing on a website you built? Are they maybe going to a client's website? Or are they going directly into your survey software? However they're doing it, what do we know about them when they do? Whenever you go to a website, there's certain information that you're giving that website. And some of that information is really helpful for figuring out how your survey's doing. Like, you can see if where people are roughly coming from, if they're not making it up. You can tell their browser's default language that they've selected. That can be really helpful for, say, setting the language to Spanish if their default for your website, if their browser says they prefer Spanish, so they don't have to switch themselves. So what do we know about them, and are we doing anything with those kind of data points? Beyond that, if you can glean some information about them just from them coming to your website, the stuff they can see too was just some basic skills. People can see a little bit under the hood. And if they can look under the hood, what can they tell about you and your systems? Can they figure out what survey software you're using just from being on the page where you put your PIN in? And is that a problem necessarily? Thinking about PINs, how are we validating that they're actually supposed to be there? Once you put a public link out, that can get shared on sites like Reddit, and all sorts of people can go to your URL. So we need to validate that they're supposed to be there. And most of this presentation will kind of be focused around PINs. although there are other ways and the system is valid for those too. But let's stick with the pins for now. If you need pins, you need somewhere for those respondents to enter that. And you can do it on, a web page that you build, or you can use the survey software to do it. And using the survey software is an attractive option. You're already paying for survey software, and so you don't need to develop something else or go crazy, but there's a couple of limitations. For one, a lot of times survey software's pin pages or login pages are really, really basic. The one I have on screen right now, I've mocked up, but I've seen, this is mocked up from a page I've seen as an out-of-the-box option. And so this isn't very attractive. It doesn't, entice your respondents to it. And even if you do have options to customize this page, they can be limiting. There's another limitation though, which is that if you're using the out-of-the-box solution, that means you have to use the survey software to validate that respondents are going to be there. And at some point you have to do that regardless, but let's say you're running a survey that has $100 incentive. Do you really want, a link to get out saying this is there and having people pinging your survey software constantly trying to try different pins, versus maybe validating it against an external database where you can have a little bit more control and set up things like throttling and bouncing out people who are trying too many times. That sounds great, right? You want ultimate control. So let's go ahead, let's build a website to do that. Let me tell you what you need. You need a domain, you need hosting, you need a database, you need to develop it, you need to test it. How are you going to start? Are you going to use a template? Are you going to grab previous examples? Or do you have to start from scratch? Very quickly, the cost of building a website can jump really high. And this presents a big problem, because the first thing a respondent lands on is such an important point in the administration of a survey. That's their first impression. It needs to look good. It needs to draw them in. It needs to not, make their burden any more than it absolutely needs to be. And it needs to meet your security needs as well. So getting this right is really difficult, which is why we developed what we call SLIPS, the Survey Landing and Information Page System. The SLIPS system consists of a management application, a database, and then it's tied to a series of websites and web services that are individual to separate projects. I'll talk a little bit more about the web services later when I talk a little bit more about architecture. For the most part, we'll be talking about the websites. So what does SLIPS provide? SLIPS starts off, there's a management application, and that application is where users, mostly researchers or other programmers, can go in and specify the details about their project and their needs for their login page for SLIPS. There's things like name of the survey, are you using pins, what languages do you have? This is all out there to be easy for them to set up. And this is still in kind of a beta mode right now. We're rolling this out and getting more users to start using this instead of us filling in for them. So this provides an extra layer of security. I mentioned this earlier, and it comes from the principle of you don't want to show any information to people that you don't need to. Anyone can go to a public URL, even if you don't list it, even if you block it from search engines, if that URL gets out into the public, anyone can go to it. So you want them to not see anything that they really don't have to. And that is what this application level security does, and just makes it obscure. Obfuscation if you will. Now, this is not to say that systems aren't secure. Our IT organizations do wonderful work in a lot of ways. At some point, you have to let real people in, though, and this is a way to filter the people, everyone else, from getting in who shouldn't be there. SLIPS provides session logging. So I mentioned like languages is a really big one. If you have a survey that's got 6 different languages in it, you can use this functionality to identify that and store this information, or mode identification. We use parameters that are in the URL that we distribute to people to click on, so that we can track if they clicked on a QR code, or if they clicked the link in an email, and if they just typed it, it would be fall to a default. This information is really good for troubleshooting how a field project's going, and if the people are coming in as expected, are we getting the language distribution we expected? And this is good for everyone who goes to the page, not just those who authenticate into the survey. SLIPS provides standardization, and this is more than just having a couple of templates that all projects can use. That's helpful, but it's more about the process and understanding that this is something you need to do at the beginning of starting up a web survey. You need to figure out how people come into your survey. And SLIPS is what we are trying to position as the solution here at RTI. But I would recommend to everyone here in your own organizations that you find a way to either build a similar system or create that process that people understand that this is something you need to ask questions about at the beginning. And that's what's great about SLIPS, is having a product. It's something that people know, and they say, hey, did you get your SLIPS page yet? SLIPS also provides reusability and extensibility. A recent example is we had a project that needed to incorporate reCAPTCHA for their survey page, and that was something we hadn't used in a login page before. So we did the development to create it. The framework for SLIPS is flexible, so we can add on top of it as needed. And now going forward, the library has been built out for it, and we can reuse it on any project. How does it work in practice? Well, if we've built the web page ourselves, the SLIPS team, there's a landing page, and when you submit the PIN, it pings our database, checks to see if it's real, if it should be there, and if it is, we pass that person along to the survey system. If not, we send a fail message back, and they never see anything about the survey system. They have no idea if it's Voxco or Qualtrics or Blaze or Unicom, whatever might be your system. They have no idea, and that's a good thing. It also allows us to pass through information. While we do keep session logs that are separated out by project, sometimes a lot of that information, it's much easier to analyze it as part of the survey data set. So we can pass language across and set the survey language to Spanish or Thai or whatever it might be right away, and save some respondent burden as well. I mentioned web services earlier as part of our overall architecture, and the web service or API that we use, we recognize that some projects have pre-existing websites but would want to make use of this functionality. So we built an API that they can use and call that to see if a PIN is real or not. And regardless if it fails or passes, we give a response to them. It's just a matter of what we're giving back, either an error message or the directions on how to get to the survey. Along with this, we've got a lot of design and styling things going on. We built out a few templates that we can highly customize, but it's nice to have a starter. And the templates we built come 508 ready. So I say 508 ready because they're compliant, but once you start adding your content to it, you've always got to test the final thing for 508 compliance. You can't start with something that's compliant, change it a whole bunch, and just say it's still compliant. You got to test it, but it's a great starting point to have a template that is compliant. We also have given users the ability to come in and specify things through a form. So they can come in and say, this is what we want in the body, this is what we want in the footer, this is what we want this, that, and the other to look like. They can select which template they want to use, what color palette. They can select an image or upload one. Then we give them a preview. They can say, hey, this looks good. It's a lot like if you ever ordered a t-shirt online or greeting cards. You put it in, you make it look right, and then you say, yeah, good, go ahead and print it. So once they say good, we go ahead and create the website for them based on the specifications they have provided. All of this sounds great. It provides a lot of functionality. It adds a little security. It's overall wonderful, but none of this matters if it costs a lot of money. And this was a big driver as we were building this tool, is that it needs to be cost effective. It needs to be, tiny projects going into field need to be able to afford this. And what's wonderful about this system is that it is very cost effective. If you start with the templates and you don't modify them very much, development costs are very low. If you have a website, we don't force you to build a new one. We can give you an API. You don't need a separate database for your project. We have a method to keep everything segmented project by project. And further than that, we just don't store any PII. So there's no that linkage to identifiable information isn't there. So the database component really saves a lot of cost, which in the end means you're really paying on a recurring basis $30 to $50 a month for hosting fees, which even tiny projects can usually afford. To wrap it up, right now, as of yesterday, when I looked it up, there are 13 projects which have launched using the SLIP system, and we have another 4 that are in development. It's got a really simple base implementation, which is really great. It's not complicated or time intensive to put out something for a small project. But if you do have complex capabilities, if you need to have 5 different surveys that a pin will go to and there's logic behind it, the framework exists to ingest those kind of projects too. The extra layer of security, the paradata capture, the unified experience, these give a lot of benefits to projects, and they can use as much of it or as little of it as they need to, all in a cost-effective package. So we think this is using a system such as this is a best practice, and it's survey platform agnostic. So I know we're taking questions at the end, so I look forward to your questions, and there's my contact info, and thank you for listening.
Thank you for that, Bob. Next we have Craig Hollingsworth. Craig is a research security compliance specialist in RTI's technology practice area and has developed security documentation for RTI systems that leads to an authority to operate. He has worked with clients that include CDC, DHS, SAMHSA, EPA, and the Fire Department of New York with NIOSH. His colleague, Chris Griggs, is a program manager and solutions architect in RTI's technology practice area and designs cloud-based infrastructures for data collection and management projects, including those for NIH, SAMHSA, and CDC. So Craig, if you'd like to go ahead.
Thank you, Ariana. Thank you. And I'd like to say thanks to Chris for the idea. He and I had worked on a project where we had to solve a security problem, and this was one of the results. It's the role of SOPs in addressing risk management for your project. The overview is that government agencies now require a security authorization process to receive an authority to operate, the ATO. We have to provide evidence that the security controls are in place and implemented correctly. The client sometimes may have certain system requirements that do not match our corporate or system implementations. I'm sorry, I just started my timer there. The risk involved is that if the client's requirement doesn't match our corporate standard, we have a risk and we have to mitigate that risk. In the far distant past, we've gotten risk waivers from clients, but they're rarely granted anymore, and it's best to avoid them. The place to start is reviewing the RFP and or the contract. We review the contract security requirements, we do a pre-bid review, and then try to recognize outliers or additional language or features that are not usually or commonly found in an RFP or a requirement. And then the question is, can the security requirements be met? Once we had an instance where a client required not low, not moderate, but high security, and it was like, no, we can't do that. So if there's a new requirement, we have to understand the requirement, discuss with the project team, and then if necessary, ask our Chief Information Security Officer, our CISO, who is always very responsive and great to work with. If there's a new requirement, we have to assess the impact of that requirement from a systems and cost perspective. If it requires additional programming, for example, or other cost-related effects, we have to discuss the design and architecture. How will it affect the website that's going up or the data collection instrument? And just check any additional changes to the system, that might cascade from this change, this required change, I should say. Then also we have to ask, is the control implemented, at the network or application level? So at the application level, we have to drag in the developers like Chris and talk to them about how it can be programmed. The network requires working with the CISO and in our case, RTI's global technology services and people down in the network levels and not, I shouldn't say down, but who work with the networks. We work with the system developers and ask, can the control be implemented at the application level? Sometimes the answer is no, but we don't stop there. Then one of the key questions is, what effect will it have on the users? And we'll see a little bit about that later. Also, how difficult is it to implement? It may require just lines of code in a certain spot in the application, and I'm not a developer, so I can't speak to that directly. And then also, will it affect the application as a whole? So handling these new requirements, there may be new requirements in the RFP stage or over time, actually, because we've had, clients may request things over time that are like, that we hadn't thought of before the project started, and that we kind of say, oh dear, how are we going to do this? And then we have to figure out how to do what the client requires. And again, we have to discuss with the project team how to address that requirement and get assurance that the project team agrees it can be done and we need to do it. And again, ensure the least effect on the website users. For handling these new requirements, if the system developers determine it can be implemented at the application level, we develop test cases and software for systems and software accommodating the change. And I've included a small test case there we have a software quality assurance team that can develop these test cases for us, implement them, and let us know what changes need to be made, what fixes need to be made. They also develop scenarios incorporating the change into the framework, assessing the feasibility with the current system, if a system already exists, for example. Then we also go ahead and incorporate into the system diagram any modifications or infrastructure changes. And this is important because, you know, we develop system security documentation that, as they say, is a living document of the system. And so we have to update that whenever changes are made. And the diagram, the system diagram, is one of the key components of that. It's easiest for everyone to understand and makes most sense to me also. If it's a network level change, we do have to work with our CISO, our Chief Information Security Officer, and ask if the control can be implemented at the network level. And or are there mitigating controls in place? And our CISO has been very accommodating in the past and offers very cogent information on, you know, questions that we come to her with. In terms of the network, though, the controls there can only be changed slowly in most instances because the network controls serve multiple systems, and if there's a change anywhere in the chain, it can cause a cascade of breaking systems. Users may not be able to access the systems that they need to, and then that causes as you can probably guess, quite a problem with our help desk and also the project team personnel. So one thing that Chris and I talked about was developing a standard operating procedure, SOP, to ensure that a control is implemented. And Chris and I had a particular instance that we talked about this, and I had had experience with this before that worked pretty successfully. So I mentioned it to him, and you know, he was like, "Oh yeah, that's a great idea. Let's try that." So I think it worked. But I'm going to give you some examples that I had worked with in the past. There was a requirement to change passwords for a system every 60 days that collected data only once a year during a 1-month period. And the users kind of screamed about that, and the management was kind of upset with that. And so, because it was difficult for users to maintain their account, having to change this every 60 days, but it wasn't on their radar till basically the month of May every year. So the decision was to have them change it yearly. We developed an SOP, and it was approved by the CISO of the client agency. And we actually, not once a year, but twice a year, we had password changes required only after 180 days. So the users only got this email once every 180 days to refresh their password. And the developers entered the timer, you know, into the application, and it sent out multiple emails to remind the users to change their passwords. And at that time frame, it worked out pretty well for that particular system. Sorry. The second example, the requirement was that passwords be reset. Our client asked this within 45 days of last reset. Oh no. We all know that 60 days is kind of a standard now and kind of onerous. And that's, I think, our corporate standard. So what we did was we had to develop an SOP to notify the project team members of the need to reset their password, and then had the ISSO do the following, log on to the reporting system and download the AD report on password resets. And let me be clear, they only had access to the personnel who were associated with the project at the time. They would review those project team member accounts and determine the time frame, since their last password reset, and do the calculation. And if it nears the 45-day mark, the ISSO will send a reminder email to the project team members and copy the project director and project administrator. And that worked out as a good solution. It was, we ensured that the passwords were changed during the next review cycle, and staff members who left the project team no longer got those reminder emails. So it wasn't an ongoing burden to them. Yeah, one of the key points is, to keep the users happy as much as possible so they continue to use the system, and to lessen the burden on them. So the roundup, in the event of a security requirement that we have to enforce, either the application controls or the network controls can be updated, possibly. And you can develop an SOP to ensure that the control is enforced if it cannot be either programmed into the application or built into the network. I know that's pretty down in the weeds for everyone, but it's something that may come up and that you may have to deal with at some point in the future. So if you have any questions, please address them to me or Chris at our emails, and we'll be around, or I'll be around for the questions at the end. So thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Craig, that was perfectly on time, so I appreciate it. Next up, we have Joanne Kruba. Joanne is the branch chief of the Master Control Development Branch within the Application Development and Services Division at the Census Bureau. That branch is responsible for several data collection, hardware asset management, and quality assurance applications for field systems current surveys. Joanne has over 35 years of experience holding various positions, including application programmer, database web and systems administrator, project manager, and program manager. So Joanne, if you'd like to go ahead.
Thank you. So hello, I'll get right into it. So the agenda for today is an overview, system transformation, timeline, user interface features, challenges and solutions, and the future of CIDA. So CARI application operations and program maintenance have been resource intensive in the past. After the redesign to the new technology stack, we renamed the application to CIDA, which stands for CARI Interactive Data Access System. CIDA is more user-friendly and much easier to maintain for our programming team. So for the system transformation, we migrated the web application from Windows to Linux. Now the CIDA front end uses Angular. The business logic is now Java with Spring Boot, and we use Hibernate instead of PL SQL. The Oracle database stayed the same, and we just added some new tables and some fields. Also, behind the scenes, the batch processing data load was also rewritten to decouple from the master control system and operate independently. The timeline of all of this started back in 2010 when RTI and the division I was in a long time ago, TMO, but they've gone away now. We collaborated to build CARI for the production ACS operations, and RTI basically wrote the software and TMO staged it. So probably around 2015, SIP started using the system in production, and they continue to this day. They basically listen to the recordings and do data analysis. So in 2020 to 2022, that's when our new division, that's our ADSD now, we migrated to the new technologies to create CIDA and decouple the batch processing from master. And in 2022, we now implemented the consumer expenditure survey into monthly production coding operations to the present. And I just want to give a shout out to the, SIP and CE subject matter folks, because they were very instrumental in, giving us new requirements that made CIDA, much better for our users. So I want to thank them. Okay, so here's user interfaces. So here's the login page. And we start out with basically the CIDA case view that lists all the cases for the survey and allows various filters to find the one you want to review. Filters can be customized by survey, and each filter variable shows the number of records that contain the value. You can filter on the number or filter on multiple values of the same variable as well. So if you can see here, I know it's kind of small, like for example, RO, you can pull multiple values in, like New York or Philadelphia. And you see in this parens, that shows you the number of cases in that survey that meet that criteria for that filter. So these filters are customized as well. So anyway, so that's that. So once you pick the case you want here, you go to this screen. And this is review case question, where the question images and recordings. So here we display the case information, including survey specific variables. So here's the case information right here, the survey name, case ID, and just all this data is test data, so don't worry. And here, these are the survey specific variables we have, and the surveys can customize them. Right now, SIP does not do that, but our CE folks were the ones that wanted to do this. This is something that we added for them. So if other surveys want to use CIDA, or even if SIP, if they want to have this, any variable, that's very possible. So also whoops, I'm sorry, I just jumped a page. So also here we see is a number of toggles like skip empty, autoplay, hide buffer, and duplicates. So for skip empty, you can skip empty audios. Or if you want to autoplay, instead of hearing the questions one by one and stopping, you could just autoplay and it'll just consecutively keep playing all the recordings for that case until the end. But you can stop it. You have the option to stop it with the audio player here. And the hide buffer questions, if you toggle on, you won't see the buffer questions. And buffer questions are the ones with these little circles in front of them. So that's how the user will know. And also, if there are duplicate recordings, so meaning if a question has multiple recordings associated with it, CIDA has a toggle to allow the users to listen to the first recording or bundle them together so they can all be listened to at, sequentially in order at once. So, okay. So and this is another duplicates. Okay, so we talked about those. So here, mark is empty. If there's a recording that is like, there's no sound or there's no added value, you can mark them as empty so that no one else goes and listens to them. And so what can happen is you would toggle the skip empty on if you're the next user, and these recordings would not be shown again. And that's by question too. So, okay. So record by question. So we're reviewing more recordings. It's just a different way to look at it. It allows the user to drill down into particular questions within an entire survey and review all the audios associated with it. The recording date and timestamp and duration of the recording is also shown here. Coding. So here's a coding page. So the coding screen shows the coder all the cases that are assigned to them. And they have the option to code cases assigned or skip or actually fetch new cases. And I won't go into too much because I know CE is presenting more on this topic. Okay, here's another, here's actual page where, you know, after the coder selects the case he wants to code, it'll be sent to a screen like this. So here's an example of a survey that does not have utterances configured. So in that case, every survey question will have the same survey or have the same coding questions. And so here, you know, you see the question name, you know, there's several questions. All of them will have these same exact questions to be coded. Okay, now here is the example with an utterance. So any survey that has an utterance, you'll see this prefixed, you know, says utterance 1 or however many utterances. These are, and this interviewer, that's really a coding group. So you can assign any coding groups or no coding groups, whatever you want, to the questions within your survey. And we'll talk more about that configuration later. Actually now. Okay, so coding management. Okay, so configuring the survey. So this, we have a role called Research Manager, and that is the role that configures surveys. There's 3 types of coding components. There's behavior coding, coaching, quality assurance. So the research manager can use this to find the survey that they want to code, or they can also filter the different surveys based on their status, like new, that means it's never been ever touched, created, meaning you've started creating the configuration for a survey, and locked, which means it's done configuration, now it's ready to be coded. So, all right, sampling data. The research manager can configure a default sample rate of cases for an interviewer within a survey. If there's not enough cases to sample from, a default minimum is chosen. This can be applied to any coding component. So also we have other screens I'm not going to show here because we don't have a lot of time, but any cases that are randomly excluded, you can manually include them back in the sample and vice versa. So our system, it has a lot of flexibility, and you can resample if you need to. Okay, so the next type of configuration you can do is group question option. So this is basically you can create coding groups. So here you can see there's several coding groups. Well, there's 4: respondent, final, other actor, and interviewer. They can be configured at case level or question level, you decide. They can be required or not. You can make them active or not if you want them shown, maybe for this. And just to mention, you have the ability within our system to pull in configurations from other surveys, so you don't have to constantly create them from scratch. So, but I won't be showing that today either, but it can be done. Let's see, what else is oh, and also in here, it shows the date you created them. Oops, sorry. And also you can toggle or move the position of the different groups the way that'll be displayed on the UI. So that's also something you can do here.
Joanne, you have 3 minutes left.
Oh gosh. Okay. Thank you. I'll hurry up. Okay, so question additions and updates. Okay, so you can create questions, give them a short name, set them as required or not. In the response types, you can customize your responses and set up the order. You can also change the order of the questions within the group too for the UI. And then you can preview how it looks for the UI and go back and make tweaks as you wish. You can configure standard reasons for not coding for the user to pick when they're coding, like if it's inaudible, not enough time, etc. Group question mapping. This only shows for surveys that have utterances. So this allows you to basically assign coding groups to particular questions. So, And case assignment, that's used by the research manager. They can assign and unassigned cases. It also shows them some status. And you can configure buffer questions. Buffer questions are preloaded, but this can override buffer questions if the research manager wishes. All right, reports. Question duration. This report displays various duration times and the number of records per question within sample. Question frequency report displays the amount of times the users listen to the questions and last listened to date. Survey information displays the various attributes and individual survey cases, including whether or not the respondent changed their mind about consent during the interview process, number of questions and responses and audios. And survey code report displays coding data for a survey, including the scores information. Response frequency shows coding question data using pie and bar charts. So here I want to just quickly discuss, we do have challenges and possible solutions. There's several challenges we are trying to overcome with CAPI laptop recordings. Sometimes the audio and microphone settings are not configured properly, or the software drivers can become corrupted. So we do have possible solutions, but I don't have time to go through them, but you could look at them later. But anyway, what I did want to mention, we are working, I think there's a big thing we're working on where the user review and coding burden of thousands of cases and questions manually for our users. So what we're doing is we're developing an auto coding and scoring module for bulk transcription of audio recordings and perform data analysis on that data along with the survey data captured. So to move into the auto coding, basically this is what we are working on now, is transcribing the audio recordings for all cases as they check in from the field, finding the number of speakers within each audio, calculating the talk speed of actors within the audio, use machine learning to detect speaker emotion, compute the audio length deviation from mean of audios of the same question in a survey, find confidence in the answers, find out how well the interviewer is sticking with the question script, as well as comparing how well the respondent answers are being recorded by the interviewer. And you know, a lot of these were ideas were from our SIP and CE folks. So, and we welcome any other new ideas because we would gladly work on them. So anyway, that wraps everything up. So, you know, thank you for having me. And if, you know, you guys are ever interested in discussing CIDA or just, you know, want to talk about this, here's my email. And thanks a lot. So have a good day.
Right, thank you, Joanne. Next we have Brett McBride. Brett is a senior economist with the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, where he has worked for the past 10 years in the Division of Consumer Expenditure Surveys on projects ranging from administrative data, field tests to modernize the diary survey, and interview evaluation. He previously worked for 5 years in the Survey Methods Unit at Westat. So, Brett, if you'd like to go ahead.
Thank you, Ariana. So this talk will provide insight into how the Consumer Expenditure Survey Program, CE for short, use CARI as an evaluation tool for the items on our survey. So we'll begin with a brief overview of CE, then how we developed our evaluation plan, and I'll build upon what you heard in the last talk by describing how the CIDA application allowed us to carry out our evaluations. So our challenge was how to operationally bring together our survey data with CARI software for recording interviews. And the CE survey is composed of 2 surveys. Here, the focus will be on the interview survey, collecting expenditures for larger items, with households interviewed in person or by phone. BLS is the survey sponsor and contracts with the Census Bureau to administer the interviews. BLS also contracts with Census to manage the CARI recordings. CARI, as noted in the last presentation, is an automated way to record interviews. So we went into this with a number of questions. Could we listen or even obtain recordings? How much could get recorded? Were they bound by any storage restrictions? And what effect would this have on interviews themselves? So for the first question, the answer was no and yes. We could listen to the questions, thus I can give this talk today, but we couldn't obtain them. Everything had to remain within Census's virtual desktop infrastructure. There were some limits on recordings. We had to record specific survey items, so we provided variables, but there weren't any limitations to how many variables could get recorded as far as storage. And then for the interview process, once respondents provided consent, then recordings were triggered automatically and invisibly by the interviewer's computers. So there's limited burden to the process. So now we will talk about steps we took to formulate how we would use CARI to evaluate our survey data. So we sent out a solicitation for survey research questions, I'll refer to as RQs, from survey staff involved in data processing and familiar with recent changes in the interview. And the only requirements were that RQs be addressable via audio components of the interview and that they involve specific survey items. So no, please record the entire transportation section, for example. The prior research had identified interest in determining if respondents use records to assist with answering questions, as well as how well interviewers were estimating this record use. We received suggestions to record items that had high rates of editing, and so we consolidated RQs by examining whether record use mitigated these errors, or if interviewers were at least suggesting record use. Other items came from knowledge of how the interview had recently changed, and interest in item types that are very typically used in our interview, such as laundry list items. So we ended up with 7 RQs initially. And to give an example, here's one that investigates possible underreporting of Medicare coverage. So this was a new battery of items, at least as of 2017, the introduction of which was associated with a smaller share of reporting Medicare coverage than with the prior version. This is another RQ involving an item that was not new, but was flagged by data processing staff as resulting in problematic values. Here, priv pens is the target item we were interested in, and surrounding questions were buffer questions, recorded only because they could capture important data for understanding responses to the target item. So in the next few slides, I will go into detail about the methods that I'll categorize as quantitative and qualitative that we used. For the quantitative method, this typically involves behavior coding of elements of the dialogue between the interviewers and respondents. We decided to use an inductive coding approach where you derive your codes from the data. Instead of having off-the-shelf behavior codes, we used the test data and listened to that to first see common patterns and problems with the dialogue. And I'd like to acknowledge Joanne Pascal at Census for this recommendation. We found it quite useful for our initial approach to CARI for survey evaluation. And in part due to efficiency considerations, we decided not to try to use quantitative behavior coding to address all of our RQs and came up with guidelines to do the qualitative evaluation as well. So how did we determine which RQs should involve which methods? Here you can see the criteria that were used to divide RQs into the different methods. I think it would be useful to go back to show with an example. So here, this RQ, private pensions, involves something that could be actually an off-the-shelf generic behavior code. Did the respondent request clarification? So did the respondent say, I have a 401k deducted from my paycheck? And similarly, another code that can be applied would be, how well did the interviewer, did they correctly or incorrectly respond? So did they incorrectly say, yes, how much was deducted for that? Or did they correctly say, well, this is asking about private pension funds separate from 401k deductions? So here there were specific codes that could be applied to this survey item to evaluate. In contrast, here this was involving qualitative evaluation. As you can imagine, a question asking about a household's health insurance coverage types could involve many possible directions in which the dialogue would go across the set of questions. So it'd be very hard to apply a specific behavior codes to kind of identify what was taking place here. So now to get into the pros and cons of the quantitative evaluation, behavior coding, especially inductive coding, does require more work up front. That said, it provides easy to analyze output data that quantifies the problems effectively. And the reports produced by CIDA, specifically the survey code report, were used to aggregate data across cases. And we didn't do double coding for this project. It leads to a reliability measure, but often it can have limited useful benefit for a project. For qualitative evaluation, here it's a lot easier to jump in and start with the evaluation, but it does require more work sifting through the data and could involve natural language processing at the back end. But that said, it does provide very useful illustrative quotes to explain what is taking place. So we created codes from listening to the test data and then spent a month or so refining them to be usable as part of the inductive coding. So this period of testing uncovered a few things. It was hard to code for record use. The rapport building dialogue, on the other hand, could explain why some of the questions were taking longer than expected. Respondents love to digress and talk about their gas station experience with prices. And finally, it was important to place codes based on real world behavior and not on theory. So we coded for if the interviewer represented each laundry list concept and not if they read each word of the laundry list exactly as scripted. So Joanne already talked a lot about the features of CIDA, so I won't go into those right now, beyond saying that it is best to be used on a pretty regular basis. Accounts can be deactivated, and it is subject to some recording variables of device interviewers happen to use. So audibility can vary. Kind of to give an example, a colleague looked at the audibility of recordings by whether the interviewer could be heard, only the respondent could be heard, or both. And here found that 70% of cases involved both the interviewer and respondent. And this in part was due to our survey using telephone interviews. And so in these cases, it was sometimes impossible to hear the respondent. So here I'll talk about the CIDA pages. The coding page in CIDA is where staff select cases and answer behavior coding questions about the survey items. And the top panel includes a drop-down box for selecting the survey. So this is used by different survey clients. So here we'd select the consumer expenditure survey and actually the specific month of recordings for our survey. And then press fetch new to get the cases that appear below. This shows the page when a specific case has been selected for coding. The top panel includes case information. For us, the most useful was knowing if the case was conducted by personal visit or telephone, and which of the 4 interviews it involved. And we found the case notes in the top right also contain very useful information about context about what was heard in the recordings. The bottom left panel shows the list of survey items available for coding. And the variable names shaded in gray are the duplicates. So for example, we might see 2 if the FR returned to change an earlier response that was entered. So something that would be very fruitful for our coding to find out what was happening. And the blue squares at the right of that indicate the variable had not yet been coded. And at the bottom right panel is displayed the specific survey item text, including the response categories, as well as those recorded by the interviewer in green. Here you see some of the codes we used for another survey item about vehicle services. Codes can be optional or required, the asterisk indicating these were required. And since CE tailored codes to the survey items, we used the utterance function to identify if for this specific item, the interviewer referred the respondent to a supplemental information booklet for this question. So if your organization is using generic codes, regardless of the survey items, you might not need to use this functionality. So here is a case where coding has been completed. I'll just point out that the colors of the icons have changed to indicate those variables have been coded. And since Joanne already described the case view page, I won't go into detail beyond noting that we used this to identify specific interviews to target based on the question we were coding. This was also useful for the qualitative evaluations since these pages don't involve coding.
Brett, you have 1 minute.
Okay. So from our experience creating the analysis plan for our survey, we have a few takeaways. We realized the value of adding many adjacent survey items to be recorded. We knew of the need for a following buffer, but for the healthcare question, it gets preceded by a question asking if they have any insurance, something that led to important dialogue for assessing later responses. Also, the respondent can sometimes be heard elaborating on their answer several screens after the interviewer was on the initial question screen. Relatedly, we've learned that interviews do not always neatly progress from item A to Z, so having timestamps down to the second is important to unravel how interviewers navigated through items that had subcomponents or were subsequently revised. Another lesson was the need to focus on clearly audible aspects of the interview. I mentioned initially we planned to orient many codes around respondent record use, but since our survey involves telephone interviewing, sometimes even the interviewer might not be aware when the respondent is consulting things like receipts or paychecks. And finally, we learned that we had to learn a lot about the survey items themselves in order to determine if the interviewer is properly administering a question with a concept that is confusing. We need to know what exactly they need to collect in order to evaluate if they are probing appropriately or not. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Brett. And we will jump into our final presenter. Wei Wang is a senior research methodologist at NORC in the Methodology and Quantitative Social Sciences Department. His focus is on developing tools and processes to enhance data quality, researcher productivity, and analytic reproducibility. Wei, we are short on time, but I want to let you know that, again, we have permission to extend past this session, so just take whatever time you need, and out of respect for our presenters, if the attendees could please wait until all presenters have finished, we would appreciate it. Thanks, Wei. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Ariana. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wei, and the title of my talk today is Designing a Documentation Management System for Survey Data. Having said that, as I started working on this talk, I realized that it had more to do with the lessons that our team learned about how to build systems for humans. In this sense, it has a lot in common with some of the other sessions we've seen at FedCASIC about innovations that reduce respondent burden. But in my talk, the humans I'm concerned with are not respondents, but project staff that perform data management tasks on our surveys. So this talk is really a story of how we started with a great deal of excitement about modernizing our documentation management workflow, and then fell into an implementation valley of despair, where I was sending off text messages to my team members to read the bleeping manual. It's about how we then climbed out of the valley of despair to discover the joy of delighting users. And ultimately, it's a story about how we learned to resist the allure of building new features in favor of a singular focus on usability. Now, to tell that story and the lessons we learned on this journey, I'll first have to tell you a bit about our project, the problem we were trying to solve, and the solution that we developed. I'll be talking about my experiences as staff on the NSECE. The National Survey of Early Care and Education is a nationally representative survey of ECE supply and demand. The survey is sponsored by the Office of Planning, Research and Evaluation in the Administration for Children and Families. NORC conducted the first round of the NSEC in 2012, a second round in 2019, and a COVID-19 follow-up study in 2020 and 2021. Work is now underway to prepare for a third round of the NSEC in 2024. One notable aspect of the NSEC is the amount of detail in its variable level documentation. So here is an example of a codebook entry from the NSECE. One reason we have so much detail is that our public use data files contain a lot of analytic variables created by NSEC staff, and we want to be transparent about how we created each variable. The other reason our documentation is so detailed is that our surveys are relatively complex. For example, in our household surveys, we ask about each child in a household, as you see in this example. We also ask about each child care or early education provider used by the household. And we ask questions that characterize the relationship between each child and each provider. As a result, our data sets contain tens of thousands of variables, and one challenge of describing all these data is trying to do so clearly, but also as compactly as we can. So each entry requires rounds of input from a fairly large team of analysts, statisticians, technical writers, and reviewers. Having an efficient workflow is therefore key to having a codebook that is clear, concise, and delivered on time. In our original process, analysts first wrote out variable entries in separate Word documents. We then compiled these separate documents into a single codebook. The codebook then went through multiple rounds of review, and once the codebook was finalized, we copied metadata such as variable and value labels from the codebook into an Excel spreadsheet. This spreadsheet was then fed into a SAS program that produced labeled data files and format catalogs. The main strength of this approach is that it's easy to set up. So other than the SAS program at the end of the process, the entire workflow required no special technical expertise. We could thus focus on the writing of the content in our codebook rather than the production itself. At the same time, our metadata ended up being stored in a Word document, and this is problematic because it limits how we can manipulate or reuse this metadata. And because the process was so manual, we spent a good deal of time on quality checks to make sure our codebook and data files lined up with each other. Folks in the tech will talk about this as incurring technical debt, meaning that the effort we saved in our initial setup costs had to be paid back with interest later on in our process. Over the course of the 2019 NSEC and the COVID follow-up study, we had a chance to update our process. Our redesign was motivated by a desire to increase analyst productivity and reduce quality issues without compromising the features of our existing documentation. And we also wanted to implement the redesign in a way that was cost-effective, both in terms of the cost of developing new systems as well as the cost of training our staff to use the new system. At the heart of the new process is a documentation database. Analysts input metadata into the database via a front-end application. These metadata include everything that data users see in our codebook, like variable descriptions and usage notes. The database also stores information for internal use, such as the analytic logic used to code each variable and flags that control how frequency tables and summary statistics are reported in the codebook. We also built a set of tools that our analysts could use to make batch updates, for example, to standardize labels for reserved codes. We then use R to render the data stored in the database into a Word document for review. Reviewers would add their comments to the Word document, but any edits or updates were mirrored in the database. We were also able to generate our master label file directly from the database and create labeled data files and format catalogs in a seamless process. One of the biggest benefits of this redesigned system is that we now have metadata in a central location. So if anything needs to be changed, we make the change in just one place and we spend less time worrying about keeping our codebook consistent with the metadata in our data files. Second, the metadata is in a structured form, which makes it easy to manipulate and reuse, for example, for future rounds of the survey. Third, having this database opens up opportunities for integration with other data sources. For example, we can pull the text of our questionnaire items from a question bank into this database and save our staff the effort of copying and pasting or retyping the text. Okay, so that's the promise of this new system. The real difficulty is in implementing such a system in practice. To get the benefits and in particular the efficiency gains, Staff must be convinced that these tools are worth using, and they must use the tools in the correct way. And as much as we wish that people actually read the instructions and use tools as they were designed, that's really not how people behave. One of the most consistent findings in UX research is that people just don't read instructions. Rather, they use their intuition to navigate new experiences and use new tools. People also know that if you don't use the tool correctly and things don't come out the right way, well, you can always fix it by hand in post-production. So at least from an individual user's perspective, the downside is relatively limited. But it does mean that we give up whatever efficiency gains we earned by having to fix issues in the back end. I'm going to end off with 3 lessons we learned while climbing out of the implementation valley of despair. First, instructions are not the solution. Second, there's no such thing as free user feedback. And third, adoption depends on usability. So first, we became less reliant on instructions. So here's a quote from a classic text in software design. And one of the things that diminish goodwill among software users is punishing them for not doing things in precisely the way intended by the developer. For example, I mentioned earlier that our surveys are relatively complex and there's a fair amount of metadata our analysts have to input for each codebook entry. We had a detailed user guide to instruct analysts about how to input information, but what we learned was that analysts don't often do it the right way, and so instead of insisting that users input information in a specific format or syntax, it was much less frustrating all around if we made our software more tolerant of deviations from the intended input. In practice, what we did was to add more error handling under the hood and make some reasonable assumptions about user intent in our input form. The second lesson is that users don't often have the time to give us feedback when they're already spending all this time trying to learn the system. So it's hard for us to know what's working and what's not. But one of the silver linings of us having a lean team on the NSEC is that even though I was a tool developer, I was also one of the staff members actually putting information into the database, which meant I had to use my own tools. Tech folks call this eating your own dog food, and it lets you build empathy with other users of the tools. So in general, it's helpful for developers to also be users. Finally, we often write our tools as programs that allow analysts to change the program's behavior by toggling flags in the code. For example, we have a development mode in our codebook rendering program that generates more verbose output for diagnostics. Although this seems like a very easy thing to change, many of our analysts aren't trained as programmers, so there's a reluctance to mess around with the code. With just a little bit more effort as developers, we can refine our tools to accept point-and-click input. And I think these are the kinds of details that help us to build goodwill with users and create delightful experiences. So that's all I have. Thanks for listening, and I'm always happy to connect with folks via email or on social media.
All right, thanks, Wei. So at this point in time, we will move on to the Q&A session because we do have a few minutes for it. And I already have a question from Sophia for Wei Huang, asking, in designing a documentation management system, were metadata standards such as DDI taken into consideration?
We didn't set out to comply with DDI standards, but I think there's nothing. Well, just because the metadata is already in a structured form, I don't think it's too hard for us to adapt it accordingly.
Okay, and at the moment we are just waiting. If any attendees would like to ask a question, you may do so through the chat, or you can raise your hand, and I will call on you and the host will unmute you. And also if the panelists could turn on their cameras at this time so we could see all of you during the Q&A session, I'd appreciate it. And then also I did have a question myself for Joanne. You briefly mentioned the microphones issue. Can you speak a little bit more about that?
Well, I guess you mean on the CAPI laptops?
Yes.
So yeah, so I guess sometimes I think the FRs actually can toggle the settings of the microphone and the audio setting because maybe they're in a different software product and they don't realize they're doing that. So sometimes that happens. And I know we were looking maybe for solutions. I think one of the authors was looking at maybe they could turn, those settings off or something like that, or tweak them so that they're optimal for capturing the audio. But I don't think that's possible. So that's one thing. But we can also, we have something in CIDA that can actually detect that, so we can alert the help desk to check with the FR and make sure that, they can change their settings. And there's other things too, like if the software drivers are corrupt, we have a CAPI device team that can actually remotely check that, and they can remotely fix it as well. But another thing, I don't think we're doing this yet, but we wanted to look to detect those kind of audio situations in the recordings. So.
Fascinating, thanks.
Sure.
And let me take a moment to look to see if there are any more questions yet, make sure I did not miss anybody. And again, for my other colleagues, the FedCASIC team on call right now, if you guys see any that I missed, please let me know. I did have another question to multiple panelists, so whoever feels like they can answer this, just jump in, please. Regarding some of the security, the added security features, which get added into some of these programs, do you ever think that, and again, I think there was a mention of how sometimes that can be frustrating for some users. Do you ever think sometimes that there's kind of a trade-off? Do you have to sacrifice some security features for the comfort of the users?
I can weigh in a little bit here. It depends on who your user is. If you're talking about corporate staff, generally, you're going to have a much higher bar of security needs, and because they're going to, and depends on what they have access to. With staff, they're going to have to follow higher burden of that, and they're going to. Where it gets trickier is when you're talking about respondents, particularly in a web survey, where you're putting something out into an uncontrolled environment, and I brought it up in my presentation a little bit. At some point, you have an open web page to the internet, and what can you obfuscate as much as possible, because you have an open web server. So there is a bit of a trade-off. You can't create a truly closed system that's open to the public, but you do. That's why you got to kind of do as much as possible.
And I do see that we have a question for Craig from Airmon. Can you expand on the process of communicating the SOPs? In your experience, how often do you have to revise them?
Oh, I missed the first part of the question. Sorry. Yeah, thank you. We revise them annually with all the security documentation, unless something comes up in between that, a change in the system or a change in processes that we have to reflect in the document. But they're reviewed and revised annually. And usually within 365 days, the clients usually require that we do a security assessment within that period and submit the results. Promulgating the SOPs, excuse me, we will send an email copy of those to the project personnel and ask them to review it, and then respond to the email, that they've taken a look at it. And then if necessary, we'll have a meeting to go over the process with personnel who need to know it. And then we put it on the share drive or Teams or someplace readily accessible to the project team, so they can access
Looks like we lost Craig for a moment, which is the disadvantages of virtual conferences and Wi-Fi. We can see if he comes back in a few seconds here. Erman does say thank you, so it looks like his question has been answered. I'm gonna give everyone another maybe 30 seconds anyway. If you guys have any questions, please put them in the chat or again, raise your hand. So this is your last chance to ask a question. Okay, and I am not seeing anyone yet, so it looks like questions have been answered. And I know Erica wanted to give a few short closing remarks. So Erica, if you want to go ahead and do that.
Yeah, thanks, Ariana. Thanks to all of our speakers. I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank all of you and thank our audience for attending FedCASIC this year. It was a pleasure to hear from so many researchers and learn about the new developments from across the government. The presentations will be posted on the FedCASIC website and become available for the next few days. You'll also be able to see recordings of the sessions on the FedCASIC website too. The FedCASIC Organizing Committee will send out an email to announce when these go up. And there will also be an announcement about a post-conference survey. So please respond to the survey. Let the committee know what you liked about the conference, what you want to see next year, any ideas for improvements. We read every response, so any feedback is helpful. And FedCASIC 2024 will be here before we know it. We hope to see you all there, either in the audience or as presenters yourself. Abstract submission for 2024 is going to open in late fall of 2023. So we have reached the end of track B for the day, for the conference. The other two presentation tracks will continue. So please join your colleagues in 7A to learn about the modernization of the Survey of Consumer Finances, or in track 7C for a roundtable on the large-scale digital research platform. But if this is the end of your day, well then thank you for joining us at FedCASIC.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.